All right, so we should be on Zoom. I mean, on YouTube.
Yep, I see my screen. Thank you.
And we'll start recording here in a second. And just so everybody knows, we'll be recording, and this will also be streamed live on YouTube. All right.
Hey, Julie, this is Kelly.
Hey, how are you?
I appreciate the advice on staying hydrated.
Is your arm sore?
Yeah, it feels like I got hit by somebody much larger than me.
Oh, how's the rest of you feeling?
Like they hit me as well.
Yep. Well, thanks for joining us. I know that it's difficult, but I appreciate it.
Absolutely, Julie, not a problem. I will flip on my camera because I just now realized it is not on.
Yeah, we are currently recording and pushing live on YouTube. We haven't started the meeting yet, but just to let you know that we've got it up. That way, when we have quorum, we can get going.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Hey, Julie, how you? Hey,
Good, how are you?
Kelly.
Hi,
Good,
how are you?
good.
Mayor, we are
Hey.
recording and pushing live on YouTube right now, but we are waiting for quorum. So whenever you are ready to start the meeting, it looks like we have 1, 2, 3 of our planning board members, but it looks like you may have quorum for it looks like all the commissioners are present.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. All the commissioners have joined. Yep.
And so Mayor, I'll turn it over to you to call the meeting to order. And then if you want, you can turn it back over to me to get it up and running.
Okay, sounds good. Do we know if we need to do a roll call or not?
Yes, we do.
Okay, who want to do that?
Shelley, do you want to take that?
I can, sure.
Yep. That way we just have
Okay.
it on record.
Absolutely.
Okay.
When we're ready to
All right,
start,
well-
just let me know.
Yep, I have 1 o'clock, so we'll start the meeting. Thanks to everyone, planning board and board members for joining. Thank you, Kelly, for joining us today and presenting some information to us. Thank you for that.
Absolutely, Mayor.
Yep, and I would turn it over to Shelley to do a roll call, and then Julie, you can pick it up from there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you today?
Good.
Good. Not having done this before, I'm going to go ahead and give it a whirl. I will just roll through, and if you could just respond with a yes or a I'm here, please, so I can go ahead and note it. Mayor Curran,
I'm here.
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Medley,
I'm here.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Vilga,
I'm here.
thank you. Commissioner Sutton,
I'm here.
thank you. Commissioner Sneed,
I'm here.
thank you. Commissioner Wilson,
I'm here.
thank you. Planning Board Chairperson, Mr. Powers, are you here?
Here.
Thank you. Vice Chairperson, Mr. Moss, are you here?
Here.
Thank you. Planning Board Member, Mr. Lawrence, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Planning Board Member Schwartz, are you here? Planning Board Member Mr. Schwartz, are you with us today? Okay, moving on. Planning Board Member Mr. Cross, are you here with us today? Planning Board Member Mr. Cross, are you here with us today? Okay, moving on. Planning Board Member Mr. Pierce, are you here with us today?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Planning Board Member Ms. Pryor, are you here with us today?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you and welcome. That concludes everyone, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you there. And it's all yours, Julie, if you're going to MC today.
All right, I will. So thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners and Planning Board. We are in the final legs of our LDO sprint towards the finish line. And so I appreciate your time. It's going to be a packed 4 hours. We do have a break around the 2:50 to 3 o'clock time frame. So if you want to keep a track on that time, we will try to get you through. And I believe Planning Board Member David Cross is getting ready to sign on now. We're admitting him into the room, Shelley. So I will introduce a familiar face to you, Kelly Klepper from Kimberly Horn. You have known him for about a year now, and he's presented several times as we've done these workshops in the past, not only for the CTP, but for the LDO. This is going to be the last workshop we have. The next work session in May for the board, you will see him again, but it will not be the joint work session type setting that we have now. It'll be the actual Planning Board will have had a work session the night before, and then you'll have the work session the following night to get us through for that June 1st public hearing date that we're aiming for. And we'll talk about that a little bit at the end of this meeting when we go to next steps and what's happening. So just to keep all that in mind, your expectations for today are to really hammer home everything in the LDO. This is the last final push. So if you have any questions about anything, if you have concerns about how we've done something, now is the time to address those issues. We're going to go through what we've got proposed for the LDO, another high-level look just to make sure. We've been doing the LDO book club the last several weeks, so you all should be familiar with the latest draft. We have had some changes in that draft, so you'll be seeing a new draft after this meeting. I wanted to wait till after this meeting to make sure that any changes that are requested today get put in that final draft, and then we'll have the final draft for the May, June meetings for that June public hearing. So with that being said, the expectations are that you fully participate today, get all the questions answered that you can so that we can make sure what we're putting forward at the public hearing is the best product that we have and is something that's been fully vetted by both boards and the steering committee. So if you are ready for this, the next 4 hours are going to be jam-packed. So here we go. And Kelly, it is all yours. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Julie. Mayor, Planning Board members, Commission. It's always great to be before you. And as Julie said, you'll actually get to see me face to face here in a couple of weeks. Definitely anxious to get back up there so that we can, have some more interaction and kind of finalize, as Julie said, the land development ordinance that you all have been patiently sitting through and providing a lot of great feedback. So thank you for all of that. And just as a couple of quick housekeeping measures. One, James Ehrman, who I know you all have met before as well, is on here today. So we're going to be doing a tag team approach on the presentation. And the one thing I just definitely want to make sure of is that, if you've got a specific question along the way, is to ask, and we will try to answer those, or we'll put it off into the parking lot and we'll come back to those. But, today is definitely intended for it to be interactive, for, as Julie said, for you to ask the tough questions. And I will say that there has been a lot of work that's been going on since our last workshop. I know Julie, James, and Dave Neal and staff have been really keying in on a bunch of the, I'll say, fine tuning components of the LDO. And I think you're going to be very pleased with the progress we've been making and a lot of the information. So with that, Julie, if we can go ahead and go to the next slide. I believe you're going to be controlling the presentation for us.
Yes, I will be. So as you see it, it should be popping up now for the next slide. If there's a lag, let me know, and I can try to preemptively scroll through.
Perfect. And again, this is just kind of letting you know where we plan on being at different portions of today. We're not saying that we've got to take a break specifically at 2:50. If it just works out to be that way, great. If not, but just know that we will be definitely taking a break. So let's kind of talk through a couple of things, and a little bit of history on the LDO itself. Of course, the town updated its comprehensive plan in 2017. You're finalizing the community transportation plan this year. And, so the comprehensive plan is that overarching umbrella that says, here's how the town wants to grow and develop, kind of the vision. It's not, I'll say, regulatory in nature, kind of like the LDO is, but it sets the framework, much like the transportation plan does for roadway improvements and multimodal components. Same thing here is, we're moving into that, what is the implementation? And the implementation is just like it says on the screen there. The land development ordinance implements the plan. We were tasked early on with simplifying and clarifying, and as Kelly Arnold likes to say, to make it Roosevelian. But then more importantly, that we're also addressing the components that the state put upon the town as part of 160D. So next slide, Julie. You'll see a couple of some of these introductory slides. So there's the UDO versus the LDO. And what we're talking about there is, the town's UDO, as it is currently adopted, is over on the left. And there are the 16 chapters, and you can see those kind of called out, everything from the general provisions all the way through to the sign standards. Mobile home provisions were their own chapter, and then definitions at the very end. What we had identified early on, and I think we'd actually rolled this out to both this group as well as the steering committee, was as part of the simplification, let's reorganize the LDO into some better useful components. In this case, like you see on the right-hand side, with an overall introduction, review and decision making, especially as it relates to the respective bodies. And then we start getting into the zoning districts, the overlays, all the way through to what you'll see, which are the definitions. Now, a couple of things that we had talked about previously was what's going on with the handbook, and more importantly, what's going on with flood prevention and stormwater. So what you'll see is, based off of a lot of discussion and guidance, including with Dave Neal, the idea was to go ahead and move the LDO handbook, which is kind of that overall process component of the LDO, into Appendix A. And that way it's not actually, we'll say, expanding or extending the LDO and making it unmanageable. It's there, it's in the document, it's just as part of an overall appendix. So you can see we went from 16 down to 11, and we've actually incorporated several components into each individual chapter. So Julie? So what are the major changes? And we've kind of talked about this, and this is something that you all have seen over the course of several meetings. But we looked at, the organization and the readability. One of the things that we had identified early on was that portions of the current UDO either were missing or they were referring to things that were in different sections, and you had to do a lot of, I'll say, cross-referencing. So one of the things that we were tasked to do was to try to help organize and make the document easier to flow. We also brought a considerable number of graphics that are tied to those standards. And that was pure and simple. A reason to do that was to explain visually what we're talking about. We always kind of joke about, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, what we found out a lot of times in talking with communities is when you see these types of standards in the written format, people can be confused. So why not go ahead and give some of the graphic or the visuals to help better explain that? And then we also came up with, in concert with staff, looking at these hybrid or the mixed use districts utilizing the form-based code concepts. So early on, there was quite a bit of discussion, and you all have been through this, especially with the town center, where we were creating and asked to create a series of mixed use districts that could be brought forth as part of the LDO and can be applied in different places around the town. And we'll talk about those in detail in just a few moments. And then, of course, there's quite a bit of emphasis on the greenways, the conservation subdivisions, preservation standards, which I know was a big point of discussion and a lot of interest at the last workshop we had. and then kind of coming back to the 160D compliance, and then also identification of standards that meet with current best practices. So all of this kind of comes together as part of the LDO as we have it today. Now, we talked a little bit about the graphic examples, and it could be as simple as, like you see on the top left of your screen, just a simplification of the tables, all the way through to the various graphics that illustrate key components. Like the one on the top right is illustrating the change in the height of street lights within, and parking lot lighting. The bottom right is talking about the different types of signs and how we are measuring those. And then as you kind of walk your way around, keep going clockwise around, you can see the visual illustrations that we've provided as part of the graphics, which include, in this case, the buffering standards. And then what do we mean by some of our open space, and especially those active use area components? What does that actually mean, and what does it look like? So graphics like you'll see in the bottom left. So that actually starts to kind of give you an idea of the amount of graphics and the type of graphics that we've implemented within the LDO. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to James to talk through, I'll say, the first portion of the zoning districts and densities.
Awesome. Thanks, Kelly. For the record, James Zerman, Kimley Horn and Associates. Happy to be here today with Kelly and Julie, who's been a pleasure to work with, Dave Neal, and the rest of the team over at Rollsville. So what we wanted to talk about today was we didn't want to get into some of the actual details for the zoning districts. So when you do look at your current UDO, you can see there's a whole lot of different zoning districts going on there, right? Things ranging from residential watershed districts all the way through a lot of different single family type districts, even particular districts just for the duplex, ranging down through all the different commercial and non-residential districts. So as we really took this code and started to say what we wanted to really accomplish here, we did want to go ahead and try to consolidate those, clean those up, and where there was opportunity to kind of really rethink some things through without changing too much of the vested rights and density components here that we see on the screen. So having said that, on the screen you'll see now we have the new residential districts and the non-residential districts. A lot fewer, a lot cleaner. We're going to range from residential low density all the way up to high density. We've created the districts for a district for manufactured home districts, as well as non-residential districts for commercial highway, office and professional, business, industrial, and technology, and then general industrial as well for some of those uses that just need their own zoning district in kind of their own part of town as well. Jumping in, what we're going to do here is pretty much run through each one. And what I would say is if there's any questions, feel free to stop Kelly or myself at any time here. We did want to show just an overview of all these different development standards for these districts, starting with the residential low density. So this would be the least dense district, a maximum 2 dwelling units per acre. And primarily this is for single family detached dwellings. What we also wanted to point out here was that it is possible to do a cluster subdivision, which after a lot of discussion with the steering committee, we did hear loud and clear they wanted a 40% open space requirement for those cluster subdivisions. And we'll actually get a little bit more into that cluster subdivision and what that actually means and what that actually looks like later in the presentation. So if you do have some particulars about that, we do have some really good slides lined up to go through that information. Really what this does is it replaces the R1 district, which was approximately 2.178 dwelling units per acre previously. It really did just rely on the lot size of the lots to really kind of control that density, where we've tried to align that as close as possible here, but also allow for those cluster subdivision options where we're going to increase the open space too. So on the screen, you can see maximum 35 foot in height, and some of the typical setback standards that we see associated with that district.
I have a question.
Yes, sir. Yep.
The 40% open space, that seems excessive. How does that compare to other municipalities?
Yeah, now that would be for the cluster subdivision, and that's a great question. We've seen ranges from anything from 25 to 40%. 40% probably is a little bit on the higher side that we've seen in some communities. But, and Kelly, you can jump in at any point here too if you'd like. I would say that often that percentage is really a community preference and a community choice. If you really want to go for the full effect of it, the 40% is a very good maximum amount that I necessarily wouldn't recommend going too much higher than that. But it is at the board's discussion today. If that number is too high, we can certainly revisit that number.
Yeah, and Commissioner Wilson, this is Kelly Clapper. Yeah, the 40%, like James said, is on the upper end of that, and it truly is a community component. So whatever the town wants to do at that point, the thing that we just wanted to make sure we were identifying was that, you know, if you did go with smaller lots, what was the trade-off on that? And that does create some abilities for some usable open space, whether it's retained by the actual owner or, you know, takes into consideration some of the more natural features that you have in the area. Again, it is purely an option. It's not a thou shall. It just says, you know, you can either go by right at 2 dwelling units per acre and here's your standards, or you could do the cluster. If you do, here's the trade-off.
Yeah, also, Kelly, refresh my memory on this. I think this one can be used in the watershed overlay.
Yes, sir.
And in the watershed overlay, the minimum is 40, I think. So you know, I think, Jackie, probably if we see this a lot, it'd probably be in the watershed overlay, I would think.
Yeah, but if I want to do a subdivision outside of the watershed, it's going to limit me to only developing 60% of what I buy. And that, to me,
That's only if you opt to do the cluster. The
Correct.
cluster is an option. It is not mandatory. So you can still do, in the residential low density, you can still do a subdivision, but you'll be limited to the 2 dwelling units per acre.
And-
So that's
yeah,
the trade-off there, Jackie.
Yeah, and Commissioner Wilson, we've got some graphics that we'll show you in just a moment. And,
Okay.
and actually what we've come to find out is, and you'll see it definitely with the graphics, and this is a little bit further back, but you know, it's actually more cost effective to do the cluster because you're not having to install or construct as much road, water line, and things like that. You can actually pull those lots closer, we'll say, to the front of the property without having to extend it throughout the entirety.
okay.
You're not actually losing any density by clustering.
Absolutely correct, Mayor. Great point.
Yeah, and also I don't think we have many. We don't have many places in Roseville outside the watershed that is now low density, do we?
I don't believe so, Julie. Do you have the map right there?
So, you know, we could in the future, we could change some that's medium to low, but right now I don't think it will apply to many places, Jack.
Okay.
Yeah, most of our low density for our comprehensive plan right now, it's split between the Averett, Young Street, and Rollsville Road. That seems to be the dividing line. Anything east of that goes into the watershed is the low density, and anything west of that is medium density. So it would be on that east side of that road as we have it currently in the comp plan.
Okay.
This is Mike Moss. I agree with Mr. Wilson. I feel like the 40% is a little bit excessive. You know, if someone were to develop 100 acres of land, they're going to have to give up 40% in relation to like Wake County and their watershed districts. Their open space requirement is only 25%. So we're substantially higher than what the county would have in their watershed districts. And I think it would. You know, I think 40% is a little excessive myself.
Yeah, we had proposed 25 with one of the first versions of the draft, and the steering committee asked for more than 25.
I think this is a debate that we're going to have among us commissioners who will make the final decision. But I think this will limit people coming to Roseville.
Well, Jackie, now's the time to make that debate because we've got to get the final approved and ready to go. So that's what we're doing today is we need you guys to have that discussion right now.
So what?
I'd like to hear from more people, especially commissioners, because somebody depending upon that is considering coming to us is going to Wake County, not us. If they can get 25% open space there versus 40% with us.
And these are 1 acre lots? Just clarifying. This is Sheila.
This
No,
is
ma'am.
for anything within the residential low density classifications. And this is for anything that's coming in as new development. You would have a maximum by right 2 dwelling units an acre. So that's your 20,000 square foot lot, which is 2 units per acre.
Which is about an acre lot, right? I'm just
It's a
clarifying.
half acre lot.
Now, it's a half acre lot, but it is an acre lot, Sheila, if it's in the watershed. Because the watershed wants you only doing 1 acre lots, if I remember correctly. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
You're correct. If it's in the watershed, they want you to have a 1 acre lot. If you're outside of the watershed, it would be the 2 units per acre, which would be a half acre lot.
But you can use this cluster though, I think, Julie.
Yes, you can use the cluster as to get your densities kind of as Kelly said before, front loaded, so that you have your housing units up front and then your open space in the back, or your open space kind of not spread throughout, but more concentrated in one area. So you've got your concentration of your density in one area so that you can do the smaller lots. And so that's what the cluster subdivision does. It allows you to cluster your units in a group with the smaller lot sizes. It would go down to your 15,000 square feet. And allow that reduced setback so that you can fit on the smaller size lot and then have the rest of the open space.
So Julie, if you don't want to do the cluster low density area, and you want to be more like Wake County, what is the density? What is the open space required in that?
It would go back to the 10% for a regular for a regular residential. There's a percentage based in our by right open space table. So it would be, you would have the maximum of 2 dwelling units per acre, and then you do the starting at your 10% open space for that requirement.
So developer really has anywhere. They can go 10% or 40% or anywhere.
Yes, they can. Yes, they have the option.
Really anywhere between, somewhat, because you can always have more open space if you want to.
Right.
I don't see how it inhibits anybody, Jackie. I mean, you got a choice of 10% if you don't want to use this 40.
Well, okay, so I have a question, Julie. With the 10% to 40%, what impact does that have on traffic? And I'm only talking about Roseville, even though it was mentioned about Raleigh, who has terrible traffic and they have lower limits.
This doesn't really impact your traffic because your densities are about the same. It's just how you are clustering your houses within that development.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. And that's something I wanted to kind of key back in on what the mayor was mentioning when he asked the question. It's still the exact same density of 2 dwelling units per acre, whether or not it is a conventional subdivision or a cluster. There is no difference between that. So you're not losing any development rights or anything else.
Gotcha.
So I have a suggestion here as far as maybe it just comes down to a wording. First of all, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Because I'm on a broken line here. But
He's really low.
It sounds
He
like
sounds very low on this thing.
very low. Yeah, I'll fix that in a little bit. So I'll speak up a little.
Nope, you just cut out.
Now we lost you.
Can you hear me again?
Yes.
Sorry about that. A lot of issues here with my internet. What if we just change the language for cluster subdivision and just say if clustered subdivision or for cluster subdivision, because it seems like it's an optional choice. You can go either with single family detached dwellings or cluster subdivisions. And then my second suggestion or thought was, do we have to put a percentage in here? And if we do need to put one, can we put a range between 10 to 40%, or let this become a legislation case by case situation? I don't know. I'm just kind of putting that out there as room for thought.
Yeah, we would like some teeth to know what that hard line is so that we know what their minimum requirements are. So we do have to have some teeth to it. But if you want to take it down from the 40%, we had looked at 25 to 40%. If the boards are more comfortable with, say, the 30% range, and take that down so it's a little bit more than Wake County, so we're preserving that open space, because that is what we've heard before, is that we would like more open space. So if you wanted to look at that percentage, we still need some sort of teeth and hard, fast lines so we know what's being proposed and what we are taking to the council when it's ready to be approved. but we can definitely look at that number. And so if you're not comfortable with the 40%, is 30% something that the
Wait.
board feels more amenable to?
I have a question.
I'm not comfortable with, pardon me, I'm not comfortable with being more restrictive than Raleigh, but I understand the reason. I would be comfortable with 30%.
I'm not understanding the 40%. We just had a whole discussion, this is Sheila, on they could go from 10 to 40, but then you want to put a 40% hard line in the document. Help me understand why it wouldn't say up to 40%. I'm struggling with the wording like Damon just mentioned.
I think we need the graphics. I think if we saw the graphics, that would help out as well.
Yeah, let me,
Yeah, Julie, that is back on slide 34.
I'm gonna flip through, hang on. Because while I'm sharing my screen, I can't quite see.
Yeah,
All
there
right,
you go. So
here we go. Let's
yeah, so
start
yeah,
here.
go back to that one. So that is, we'll say, a typical kind of suburban to where it's right along the urban fringe or suburban fringe against rural that you would typically see. So in this, now this one's a little different because these are basically 1 acre lots. But if you look at that, there's basically about, we say 0% open space. When you actually factor in the buffers, it's right at about the 5 to 10% mark. Julie, if you show the next one, you'll see those same 8 lots are now, I'll say, compressed closer to the road, and you actually are doing less infrastructure, but you're preserving the open space. And this is, there again, a hypothetical just to kind of illustrate it. With this one's about 40 to 45% open space at the end of the day. So that's what we're talking. We're not talking about taking away lots. We're just saying, you know, if you want to go with larger lots, you can. If you want to go with smaller lots, here's the offset. You're not gaining any density. You're not affecting water, wastewater, traffic, or anything like that. It's still the exact same amount of impact from a development perspective.
But that's confusing to me, Kelly, because you're showing the 2 graphics, and I love that there's a graphic because that helps me on visual. So you're showing the smaller lots here with open space, and then pop back to the other one if you would. So where's the open space on this one?
This one is basically around the perimeter of the site. It's kind of hard to see. Our folks put the trees on top of the property line, so you can't see it. There you go, Julie.
So
he said that's only 5%.
Yeah,
that's about 5%.
So where's the 40% open space in this scenario?
There's not one on that one, Commissioner Sutton.
That's what we're saying. That's why we need the hard, fast numbers, because if you have a by right, you do the smaller. The optional cluster means that in order to get these smaller lots and your density for the smaller lots, so that you can have a different house type product, that the offset, the trade to the town, is that we get more open space.
That does not make sense to me. If the lot, so the lot size is 20,000 square feet, still in this cluster scenario, right?
No, ma'am.
No, you get a smaller lot.
There's a reduction in the lots.
Setbacks. Yeah.
Can I have one person talk at a time?
Oh, sorry. Julie, you go right ahead.
All right. So Commissioner Sutton, it is for the cluster subdivision, you get a reduction in lot size and a reduction in your setbacks. And as part of that reduction, you are expected to put more open space because you're going to have more room on the site because you don't have the larger lots and you don't need as much room to do your development. So what are you going to do with the remaining space? It becomes open space for the town. And again, a cluster subdivision is optional for the developer, and it is still the same amount of density. It just allows them to build on a smaller lot size.
So I would see it as us not getting
on top of each other, correct?
This is so confusing.
Sorry about that. I was asking, would the houses basically be on top of each other then?
No, as you see, there's still larger lot sizes. They still have the setbacks. They still have the appropriate spacing between them. So they still have to do all those requirements that you saw in the table with the setbacks and the lot sizes. But it is a reduction in those lot sizes and those setbacks so they can have the smaller lots. Paul, did
So
you?
I would say, yeah, I would see this as like, well, we were getting stuck with PUDs before and didn't get our open space with it.
Yes.
That this is now the trade-off. We're saying you can
Yes.
build smaller things and everything else, but you're gonna have to give us more open space when you do that.
Yes.
But when I'm looking at this picture right here, and I'm
Mhm.
reading what it says on the left side, typical
Mhm.
lot size, 20,000 square feet. Is this lot size in the picture 20,000 square feet?
Miss Sutton, it is approximately 20,000 square feet. Yes.
And then the other
So-
picture,
And the other picture is 20,000. Well,
No, those are, and that's what I say, it's a little bit off on the scale, but just to kind of give you an overarching. So if you were just to imagine that each of these lots was 20,000, in the next slide, they are approximately 15,000. I guess, James, we messed up. We did not, that may be part of the confusion, Mrs. Sutton. And Julie, one of the things that we can do is to, I'll say, kind of go back and provide a couple of, I'm not going to say a white paper, but just a quick summary in advance of the workshop, next workshop that we have, so that everybody is understanding what the differences are and what's the similarities.
Yeah,
I
because
can do that very simple.
This is a very big crash course for all of you in planning, 1001. We're no longer in planning 101. We're expecting you to be looking at this as experts who have never been trained in land use planning. So it may be confusing. And we know that.
visually it shouldn't be confusing now.
Yeah.
And it is.
I think I understand what's going on between the two graphs, the graphics. This one that we're looking at right now, yes, think of it as you get smaller yard size, I think, but now more of a designated open space.
Yes.
And the other graphic prior, it gives you more yard, and your yard is considering that open space. So I think that's kind of what the trade-offs are between the two. So I think I got it. I think I understand what's going on, and if I understand it correctly, I think I may be okay with it. But I do see where Commissioner Sutton is coming from too as well, because there are some variance between the two. But it's an option. It's an option for the builder. And of course, as you know, land is very expensive around here, so it just depends on what type of final product you're delivering to our community.
Oh, I have one. Let me ask one clarifying question. So this is one scenario for the builder, this slide that we're on right now, just hypothetically. And then the other slide is another option for the builder. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I see where Ronnie said that they're not losing anything. It's just the distribution of the open space is different depending on how the houses are spaced.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Really, the builder can use the one with a lot of open space and develop that much cheaper than they can these big lots to have, long roads into them, the sewer lines are longer. Everything is, the whole lot has to be graded. You can't keep anything natural. So a builder can build the cluster cheaper, and that's why it's kind of popular with them, and it's just been used recently in the subdivision that's ongoing now.
And I wanted to just add to Mayor Curran there too as well. So yes, the builders may love this graphic here because it's a cheaper. I would say not cheaper. We're not getting a cheaper product, but definitely it's an easier way for them to get started. As far as the other graphic, that's probably more desirable for the community. People like to, in my opinion, I think people like to see bigger lots.
I agree with you.
They like to see bigger lots, and you're going to see a lot of our residents and town people probably start up in arms over these smaller products. But again, that's just an opinion. That's just my opinion. I haven't done a survey or pulsed anyone or to get any feedback on that.
But Julie, did you say there were 1 acre lots on both pages, both pictures?
No, they are not.
Okay, I thought you said that. Fine. That's fine.
No, they are different lot sizes because you get a reduction in the lot size for the amount of open space that you're increasing.
Okay, that's fine, because I thought for sure you had said they were, and that's where my confusion came from. But now I misunderstood. We're good. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, and
point.
I like the option. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
no,
sorry,
no,
Kelly.
no, ma'am, you go right ahead.
I personally like the option of the 40% now that I see how it can be distributed differently, because then it's up to the builder. It's not the town telling them you have to build it this way. And I do like the fact that there would be more space and bigger lots, because I just had a resident call me, another citizen call me and complain about the trees in the smaller lots. But I think that I am aware of people who are looking for larger lots. So but then again, that's up to the builder as to what type of lot they would have. But I kind of like the 40%.
And I want to put out there like the graphic too. So the graphic we're looking at right now is those are 1 acre lots. To make more perspective, you're looking at 43, like roughly 44,000 square feet on those lots. And in the second graphic, you're looking at 20,000 square foot lots.
Yes.
So that was throwing me off too, because the whole acre versus square feet. So you're about half the square footage on the second option.
Yes. And the trade-off there is that you don't have to grade as much. You can preserve the trees, trying to take into consideration not clear cutting, preserving the open space, preserving the trees, preserving that green space. This gives you the same amount of houses, but it also preserves that open space and preserves those trees. So you still have that tree canopy in the back. Or on the side, or however they want to do it. But if you do it with the regular by right non-cluster subdivision, you have a lot of grading. You'll probably have your open space on the perimeter of the sites where they save the tree. That will be the tree save area, and everything in the middle will be clear cut and taken down. And only that open space will be on the side. If you do the cluster option, that is where you get the trade-off of the smaller lots and the tree preservation and the open space preservation that we've heard was important from the board. And if we want to take a step back from that 40% down to 30%, we still need a number to give to the developers to tell them how to design the site. If we give them carte blanche and say you just have to have some open space and it gets before the board, you have to pick a number so that it's fair across from one development to the next. So we do need some sort of number set, but I'm hearing 40 is too much, so 30% might be more palatable.
I think the 40% is fine based on what is being said now. Because it does still preserve the green space. I feel the houses are still going to be on top of each other, because if you picture 20 houses in a subdivision like this with 20,000 square feet versus the same amount of houses on an acre, you can definitely stand there and see the difference. With this here, I just think they're going to be closer together, but preserving that open space at this crucial time in Roseville, I think is important. They'll know what they're getting when they come in, and I'm sure it's not going to stop development from coming into Roseville.
It will.
Yeah, and Julie, this is Kelly. What I was going to say and throw out there is, I know we've got the Board of Commissioners have their work session on May the 18th. Let us come up with a couple of, I'll say, I'll say it's kind of the cluster language and a couple of options as far as the graphics, so that you can see what the differences are between, we'll say, like what was being proposed, which was the 25 versus the 40. And just how the math kind of works out from a lineal front footage as far as how much roads being constructed and things like that. But just try to, help give you one succinct kind of page to look at.
That would be very helpful.
We will have that before your work session.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, I'd like to add one thing though. I mean, we're only looking at a 10-acre lot. All right. Let's say that we've got a 100-acre lot, and the developer has got to put in amenities such as parks, swimming pools, tennis courts, things like that. Those aren't considered open space. And again, that's why I have a problem. One of the reasons I have a problem with 40%.
We do, under the new open space regulations in our new section 6, under open space, we do signify and call out different types of open space that is allowed. So based on your development size, we have different types of open space that you can choose from and how many open space types you need to have. So we do take care of that in section 6 of the new proposed language.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Commissioner and Jackie, just so you know, we've actually got a couple more slides that I'll say contemplate the large scale development as well. And these are actual real world developments that we've worked on. And I've actually worked on this next one specifically. So Julie, I mean, I don't want to sit there and say, let's go and kind of preview the next slide, but just know that there is a slide that we have that will show you 420 acres, 730 units, as well as the open space provisions, especially that you're talking about with respect to parks and open space and habitats.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to come back and touch on the 25 versus 40% at the May 18th meeting. And the May 17th meeting for the planning board. We'll discuss those separately. And then moving on, James, we'll move to the residential medium density. So you can see the difference between the low density and the medium density, and the medium density still has a cluster option. So whatever we decide for that cluster option later, we'll be coming across through all these residential districts that have the cluster option in them. So James.
Yeah, thanks, Julie. No, and really good conversation. And then that's like definitely a big part of today is, you know, having those conversations, thinking those things through. So I think it's been great so far. I would say the next really big distinction here for the medium density is that you'll see the bump up from the 3 dwelling units to acre instead of the 2. So it is something that we can do there. Now there is some conservation subdivision options here, but as Julie said, I think that's something that we're going to continue to rethink and bring back before the board on the next meeting date. So we'll jump into maybe some of the more of those details on the next one after we have some further white papers that we'll develop and kind of help everyone better understand what those options entail. So I think we'll jump to the next one then, Julie. The next one would be the residential high density. And now this is actually a district where we have different density allotments depending on the product type or what the housing type is. So for single family dwelling units detached, we allow up to 6 dwelling units per acre. For attached dwellings, which might be like townhouses, we go up to 9 dwelling units per acre. And then multifamily buildings will go up to 12 units per acre, requiring some design standards and guidelines for the multifamily buildings. And so here you can see this graph is a little more encompassing because we do have a few different options of what those setbacks would be required, knowing that those building types are all a little different and they entail different things for the considerations there. But
Was the attached at one time? Currently the attached is 8, right?
Currently the attached is 8, and there's a limit for the acreage of what you can do per development with the attached.
Okay.
I missed that slide before. Did it have attached and multifamily in the medium density or only single family detached?
No, we've split it out for the high density only.
Okay.
The way we've got it in the medium density is still by cluster.
But it's all single family residential in the medium.
Yes.
Yep, no, good question there, because it's definitely something to consider too about where we want those housing types and which districts. So good question. And I think that would be it for the residential low, residential medium, and residential high, Julie. And then we'll move into the manufactured home district. And so really the intent of this district is for manufactured homes only. And that would be a maximum 2 dwelling units per acre. And there are some special standards for mobile home parks that we've developed and kind of carried over from some of the current standards and some of the practices that we've seen in the area there.
James, I have a quick question for you. This is Davian Cross.
Yes, sir.
I am happy to see that you did change the acronym to MH. Before, when I was reading through the initial, and I saw that you guys really did some revisions there too as well. So I love what you guys have done now. It's a little bit more easier for my brain, and I'm hoping the general public to understand the acronyms here. So you have manufactured home, MH. Prior to that, you had it as RMH. I don't know if you have another slide that may show that, but maybe I'm getting ahead. But I wanted to compliment you on that.
Oh, thank you. Nope, and good catch. Yep, and no, we do not have a next slide that says that. So
okay.
We did try to consolidate that because as we discussed, some of those previous district names were confusing, and there was even a couple extra ones for that. But we decided just to really consolidate that and make it much more sense.
Right. 'Cause R should be denoted as residential moving forward, and nothing else, and C should be denoted as commercial, in my opinion. But we'll talk about that more if we see it.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And Julie, we can go ahead and jump to the next one then. And this is where, unfortunately for Davey, and I think we might have a little change.
I was going to say the same thing.
But hey, that's part of today's discussion. All these are not set in stone and all up for discussion. And Kelly, I didn't know if you still wanted to jump in on some of these non-residentials.
Yeah, and there again, Mr. Cross, yeah, you're absolutely correct on, and there again, this becomes just a town preference, whether or not it's CG versus GC. Either way works for us. We are definitely not wed to one versus the other. But what we try to do is keep very consistent with the town's current, I'll call it what you would typically see with a commercial district. The aspects of this are just what we're talking about. It is a general commercial. It is what you would see not along the town center. It's not along some of our special planning areas, but this is just your run-of-the-mill commercial type of zoned property. So we've got the maximum building heights, which we've always kept consistent with respect to a certain couple of things. We've got our building placement standards. And then we also have implemented some design standards for the commercial buildings, which is in keeping with the town's kind of vision for some of the other non-residential areas. So we get into then our commercial highway district, and this is what you would typically see along your major thoroughfares, your highways, your arterials. This is a little bit wider range of commercial uses. It does allow for some increased height. As you can see there, especially for hotels and similar types of uses, where there is a provision based off of what came out of the discussions of going 35 feet. But if you were a hotel or some of the other types of uses, you could go as high as 60 feet. But it also did have to meet the fire suppression requirements with sprinkles, as being sprinkled with sprinkles. Well, it's a long day already. And there again, this would be very similar to what you see, like I said, coming off of the interstate and kind of leading into Rollsville.
So what's the story? How many stories in a 60 feet?
If you, yeah, I was going to say, typically you start assuming about 12 feet per story, but that actually will comfortably fit 4 stories, no problem.
Maybe 5 then, depending on
maybe 5, correct. And that's one of the discussions I know we've had with some other communities, because they say, 60 feet equates to what? Well, then you start getting into how you're measuring your height and what are those typical floor to ceiling heights within the building itself. So there again, yeah, you can get 5 in there. It gets really tight, but you can definitely get the 4, which, are pretty consistent with what a lot of the hotels, your chain hotels, are being developed at these days. Okay, it's the office professional. That is very similar to what we've had from the current town office types of uses. Of course, we did kind of rename and do a few things as far as some modifications to the standards, but being consistent with the maximum building height of 35 feet. These are some of the areas that you would typically see kind of transitioning from your commercial to your residential areas. So that was one of the reasons I know that, staff was concerned, as we were, as was the steering committee, about having increased heights right up against a residential area. Because you do use the office professional as a transition between higher density and intensity standard areas to the lower within the town. This is the new district that we created for in working with staff. This is that business, industrial, and technology park. It's intended to kind of be that smart park type of approach. And I know some people say don't use the term smart park. It's actually outdated, but this is a range of light industrial, research, business park types of uses. This is not intended to be a replacement for, we'll say, like grocery stores and things like that. To the contrary, what we're trying to do is to encourage and enhance the town's economic base by creating some, I'll say, professional office parks, those business parks where you do have the mixture, not necessarily the heavy industrial types of uses, but you can see that this is in fact something, a brand new district that we've proposed for the town. And one of the things that's very critical to note on this is that this would be implemented via a zoning map amendment. We're not identifying this on the current town zoning map, but it would be eligible to be used within the town. And then, of course, we have our general industrial, which is, I'll say, your more typical or traditional types of industrial uses. Light industrial, logistics, so your warehouse distribution, those types of things where you may have increased traffic, increased trucks, deliveries, things of that nature. So we wanted to go ahead and keep that type of district in the town as well. Same type of thing as we talked about with one of the commercial districts with 35 feet without sprinklers. I'm stuck on sprinkles today. I'm gonna have to bring those when I come up there. And then 60 feet if the building is sprinkled. Most of your warehouse distribution and those things are running about 30 to, we'll say, 42 feet. We've done quite a few of those that are about the 35-foot height from the ground floor up to the top of the roof line itself. So we felt that that was appropriate considering what we're talking about. And then our mixed use districts. Now, the town center, we're not going to key in too much on because the board has already adopted the town center district and it's mapped on the town's zoning map as we speak. The other two districts that you see here, the mixed use activity center and the mixed use neighborhood center, those are not identified on the current zoning map. And what you'll see when we get into those specific standards is very much like the business and technology, that BT zoning district. These are floating out there and would require a zoning map amendment by the town in order to be implemented. But the thing that we always like to identify is there is the flexibility to be able to utilize this in the right settings and be consistent with the town's comprehensive plan. And just like it says right there, when we start getting into the town center, as you all recall, we had higher design and development standards. There were discussions with respect to the building heights, some things identifying as far as a build to line, and then also some components as it related to a mix of uses, whether it be non-residential and or residential. The next one, which is the activity center, still keeping within the context of a mixed use district in that it does provide and allow for a mixture of residential as well as non-residential. We did institute or implement a minimum size for these because, in order to get that true mix that we're talking about here, and these are intended to be more along your intersections of two main arterials or your highways, where you have a larger piece of property that can be developed with a mixture of uses without it being similar to, we'll say, like in the town center. So this one is sized up accordingly.
What's going on?
Was that a question?
That was April.
Was there a question, Ms. Sneed?
No, I think she's having internet problems, so
Okay.
she's trying to get out. So
okay, I understand. I just did not want to bypass a question, Mayor. So okay. So there again, you can see that there is the trigger, very much what we heard from the discussion on the town center. Similar here is being approached with the maximum 50% of the approved residential until a portion of the non-residential has been issued from a building permit and or constructed. And then we also get into allowances or provisions that limits the amount of residential to the overall portion of the site. One of the concerns that we heard, especially as it related to the town center, was we don't want to have one small building that's commercial and then the rest of it's residential and it be called mixed use at that point. So that's why that you see the not only the provision for the non-residential to be approved and permitted, but also a maximum limit on the amount of residential area. So Julie, if we can go to the next one.
Kelly.
Yes, sir.
What's the development like Walbrook? Would they use this zoning here?
I believe the Walbrook would be very akin to this, Mayor. Yes.
Okay. I was trying to picture where this would come in effect.
Yeah, and the other thing that we can also do, Julie and or James, just remind me what we'll do. We can, we did look at some of these areas previously, but based off of the steering committee, they weren't comfortable with identifying specific areas on a map, Mayor. But we can provide some aerial examples, kind of like what we did with the previous workshop, so that you can kind of see from a graphical standpoint, kind of like what we were talking with clusters, what does that look like on the ground or from the air at this point? So then we get into our neighborhood center. It's a step down version. So this is kind of that, I'll say the in between the town center and the full blown activity center. There still is a minimum size. In this case, it's 20 acres. So we're thinking it's going to be a little bit smaller in context. Still has the provisions for the percent of residential that can be approved until commercial is developed. And it also does have a little bit more of an allowance for residential uses. Typically, what we're seeing is more of, we'll say, of the multifamily or the townhouse types of developments in these types of areas where it is truly walkable between the multifamily or the townhouses to the corner grocery store or some of those convenience types of uses. And much like the activity center, this does require a zoning map amendment to be approved by the town to be actually developed. It is not currently mapped out as we speak.
Kelly, I have a question. This is Sheila Sutton.
Yes, ma'am.
Does this neighborhood center currently exist in our current UDO?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, and that's the thing. You've got a couple of things that were kind of there, but one, aren't being used, and two, we thought were a little cumbersome. So what we were trying to do is simplify and create more of a true mixed use and put it into the context of the town.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I wasn't familiar with that. So I was like, okay, good.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just help my understanding. I think, Kelly, these last couple districts you showed, just ones with centers, the neighborhood center and the activity centers and all, they somewhat take the place of what we used to call the PUDs. But these guarantee you have the commercial or the non-residential piece as part of development, and it guarantees that they're done. Is that my understanding correct there?
You're absolutely correct, man. That's a great summary.
How does it guarantee though? That word is, I don't know. How does it guarantee?
Yeah, I guess it's in the language there where it says, you can only do 50% of the residential until 25% of the non is done. So you can't just do all residential and walk away like we've seen happen sometimes, Sheila. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And Mrs. Sutton, just to kind of, you remember the discussions that we had with the town center implementation where the town was concerned about just having all the residential and none of the commercial up on the frontage of Main Street. So very similar language that was adopted as part of the town center has been carried forward to these two types of districts, the neighborhood center and the activity center.
Right. I guess I'm thinking of guarantee when I think of commercial. I'm thinking of 100% of the commercial. And this kind of guarantees, if you want to use that word, 25% of the commercial. If I'm interpreting right.
Yes, ma'am, you're correct. So you can only do 50% of the approved residential before at least 25% of the non-residential. What we see a lot of times, of course, is commercial follows the rooftops. And we've got a number of examples where we have actually watched as the commercial was required to be the first portion of the development, and ultimately the commercial fails. So what we're trying to do is to allow the developer to go ahead and start the development and basically starts moving the project forward in earnest. And that allows them to generate the funds and the rooftops to support the commercial at that point.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I guess Sheila, guarantee is probably maybe a too strong a word to say guarantee, but it does keep them from being able to complete their residential like they could with the PUD and not even do the commercial. So
Correct.
it does have some effects of
Yeah,
that.
I'd use the word encourage.
With the PUD,
Yeah.
right. With the PUD, a lot of them haven't even done anything that's been there for 20 years, you know. So they won't be able to finish their project if they don't do the commercial.
Gotcha. That was part of my concern, that they would get to that point, and if things go belly up, which there's things we just simply can't control. I was just shy of the word guarantee, but I understand what you all are saying.
Yeah. That's probably not, nothing is guaranteed except for death, right? Texas, but
right.
Yeah, and I will say this is some great discussion that we're having here today. So thank you all for being so engaged.
Yeah, awesome. And James is
Okay,
back
James.
on here. I think we'll go ahead and jump into just, we did want to just mention one slide for the overlays, just to make sure that let everyone know that we've included these overlays moving forward there. And so that does include the special highway overlay, which exists currently within the UDO, the watershed overlay, and then also the flood damage prevention overlay. And what you'll see, if you remember one of the first slides in there, is that the flood prevention overlay is actually going to exist in an appendix B of the LDO. And we did that partially because there's a lot of very particular standards in there. They're going to actually live right in that appendix document and within the LDO itself. And so moving forward, that's where you'll see that overlay there. But we just wanted to bring up the fact that those overlays are still in play. You'll still see those, kind of enforced and throughout the zoning map, and just kind of cover those bases here today as well. Now, coming up is definitely a big shift in topic. So we've gotten through all the zoning districts and had a lot of really good conversations about that. But now we're getting into the fun part, I would say. And this is actually discussing some of the processes that the town currently does. So as a reminder, and we talked a little bit about this before, 160D obviously is a very large piece of legislation that we're keeping in mind. That effective date of July 1st is kind of what we're going for to make sure we can get the LDO updated and adopted by that time. 160D does require the comprehensive plan update by July 1st, 2022. So that'll be another next big portion for the town moving forward. But as part of that, some of the broader topics include some changes in how things are actually processed and how things are decided by the town. So it has mandated a few processes that have to be done a certain way, but it does allow the town to choose how some processes are decided. And we'll go ahead and jump into the next slide there, Julie, and just kind of get into that. Some of what it did eliminate some of the things such as special exceptions or special use districts, and does really put a whole lot of different rules and requirements of what the town can do as far as conditional zoning, administrative approvals, permit lengths, effective dates. A whole lot of that consideration is going to be going on here as we go ahead and transition to the new LDO. So as part of that, we did want to take the opportunity to talk about what the town's doing now and what it can do moving forward per 160D, and also where the town has some choices of how it wants to handle some of these approvals moving forward. So on the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see all the existing UDO processes just kind of summarized about what's going on and who that deciding body is: Board of Commissioners, Planning Board, Subdivision Administrator, etc. And on the right, you can see some of the really big topics moving forward for the town. And what we've done is try to organize these a little differently in legislative decisions, which the Board of Commissioners must be the ones that decide upon these per 160D. And so those processes are going to include some of the really big things that you see the town do, right? Annexations, development agreements, actual rezoning projects, and as well as text amendments to the LDO itself. Now, going out of that realm of legislative, there are some evidentiary or quasi-judicial procedures as well. Those include appeals, which the Board of Adjustment currently decides, special use permits, which currently the Board of Commissioners decide, but 160D does allow some choice here of whether or not you'd like the Board of Commissioners to continue to decide that, or if you'd like to involve the Board of Adjustment or the Planning Board itself as the deciding party in that. And we'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide, but rounding out that would be variances, which the Board of Adjustments decides, vested rights, which the Board of Commissioners decides, and also major subdivisions, which the 160D provisions will allow some choice of who you would like to see major subdivision preliminary plats approved by. Similarly to the special use permits, do we want to do Board of Adjustment, Planning Board, or Board of Commissioners? And so those two red ones there, what we really wanted to hone in on today and get some further discussion on. And you can see all these are going to be actually detailed, and all this text of who decides what the responsibilities are all going to be handled within this LDO handbook, which is going to be the Appendix A of the LDO. So I would say we can move forward here, and this is basically a chart version of what we just discussed. So on the left-hand side, you can see all the review processes up and down, and then throughout the right, you can see the different review parties, whether that's the LDA, which is the Land Development Administrator, the TRC, which is that Technical Review Committee of some of the town staff and employees, the BOA, the Board of Adjustment, the PB, the Planning Board, and the BOC, the Board of Commissioners. On the screen here, you'll see where there's an R, that is a review. So that is actually the responsible party is reviewing that document or that process. And then you may see a double R, which is review and recommend. And then you'll see the D, which is the decision maker, who makes that final decision. So as we said, we wanted to really hone in on two of those today, the special use permit highlighted in yellow. And you can see we've highlighted 3 Ds, and those are really just a choice of where that D is going to fall. Would we like to see the Board of Adjustment, the Planning Board, or the Board of Commissioners decide that? And then as well as the major subdivision preliminary plat, same thing here. We can see where we would like that to fall. And now, as we said, this is all choice. It's 160D really allows the town to decide who's going to be the ultimate decision maker on that. And we'd definitely like to spur some discussion today from anyone who wants to jump in and be the brave one to start it off about what the town would like to see moving forward for, let's say, special use permits. And now those are uses. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just have a question on the acronym. What is the LDA again?
LDA is the Land Development Administrator. And so really that's the zoning administrator, who the person who's responsible for really administrating the text of the actual land development ordinance.
So who is that?
That would be the planning director, Julie, unless I'm mistaken, correct?
Yes, it would be the planning director, unless the planning director advises one of the staff to do it. So the LDA can be, the LDA is in charge of also zoning permits, but the planning director can let the planner 1, the planner 2, or the planning tech approve zoning permits. So it's a all-encompassing term for all the different hats the planning director does wear. And when the planning director is not able to fill those duties, we have an interim director such as myself, or when we appoint the town manager has to step back in as the planning director. It allows that flexibility within the code rather than just calling out the planning director only. That way we have that flexibility to handle the various stages of planning and development across the different positions that we have.
So it's basically the planning department or someone that the planning director designates.
Correct.
Is what it sounds like. Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that's new to me. So I just want to be clear about who we're talking about.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, there's definitely some new terms in here. So that's a great question. And if there's any confusion as we get through these, I know BOA, BOC, what's what, we can clarify those throughout the conversation today, definitely.
And that is to review the subdivision or the special use, not to make the decision. The final decision is where the Ds are, and we decide that. Well, I'll be glad to jump in and say that I am very comfortable with the Board of Commissioners making a final decision on any special use permit and any major subdivision preliminary plat.
Agreed.
I'd like to hear from other commissioners on that.
Agreed. This is Sheila. Agreed.
I'd agree as well.
I agree as well.
That's unanimous with April.
So being can you guys hear me? Yeah. So being
Yes.
a person
Yes.
on the, being a member of the planning board, and I'm fine with that, by the way, for the special use permits, that does make sense. After all, special use permits, it allows a parcel of land to be used in a designated manner. Would we remove the D from the planning board and the BOA, or would we put that as a R for review, or we just leave it blank altogether? What would be the next step?
We would remove the R. 160D says that you can only hear evidence at the special, at the evidentiary hearing. So any recommendation is not allowed outside of that hearing. So for the special use permits, the Board of Commissioners would be the only one hearing those cases.
TRC would not be hearing it. Technical review wouldn't hear it first.
TRC would review the plan.
Okay.
But the planning board would not.
Okay.
All right, Julie, for appeals, it stops at the BOA. I understand that's how it is now. But what is the process to that if they want to get in front of the Board of Commissioners?
They don't.
Really?
Appeals do not go before the Board of Commissioners. They, by 160D regulations, appeals go to the Board of Adjustment, which is the appeal board.
Really?
Mhm.
Okay.
That's how it's been though, right?
It
Yes,
has
that
been
is
that
how
way.
it's been.
Right,
that's-
I understand that's how it's been, but my question is, and it's probably a little bit beyond this. So are we ever made aware of that period, even in our notes?
Yes, we do development reports every month and tell you where we are in our cases. And anytime that we would have an appeal or a variance case, you would be notified of that.
Have we had an appeal? Because I just don't recall seeing any.
No, we have not.
Okay.
In
We're
fact,
good.
the 4 years that Danny was here, he never even met with the Board of Adjustment except for once. And that was
Okay.
not for a case, it was for training.
Okay, because I was like, maybe I missed something. All right, thank
No.
you.
For clarity on that, any quasi judicial matter, even the appeals, could be items that the Board of Commissioners would like to hear set as a quasi judicial body. It is generally not recommended to do that, as the sort of appeal that we're talking about here in section 3.1 is an appeal of an administrative decision. So this would be an appeal of a decision made by the planning director, or as we like to say now, the LDA, and placing the Board of Commissioners in that position can be very awkward.
Gotcha.
Hey, David, on the quasi judicial process, is that only one of these processes is a special use permit that requires quasi judicial? Or is it some more processes here?
So everything listed under the evidentiary category, appeals, special use permits, variances, vested right determinations, and plats are all under the LDO as proposed quasi judicial. Preliminary plat can be set up if you would like to as a administrative matter, but in that case, the staff needs to set up all of the requirements in an objective fashion with no judgment determinations to be made.
And I guess going forward, are we going to see as many special use permits as we have in the past, or will they be going with the new LDC? Will they be going down, or we still just everything that comes to us has to be a special use permit?
I'll defer to Julie on this. It had been my hope that you would see fewer special use permits down the road, as you will be receiving more conditional zoning cases. And once you have a conditional zoning case in place, we won't be routing, the ordinance won't be routing everything through an SUP.
Yes, that is correct. And so we have looked at the permitted uses table, which is in section 5, and looked at what needs to be done by right, what we can write in conditions for the ordinance, those administrative items that do not require any sort of decision from staff. It's just a check yes or a check no. And if it's a yes, you can move on. If it's a no, you have to go back to the board until you get to a yes. And back to the board, I mean drawing board, not the Board of Commissioners, but you go back to the drawing board and revise your plan until you get a yes, and then you can move forward with your approval process. The special use permits are anything that require more deliberation and determination from the board. And so we do have some special use cases, some special use categories on the permitted use table, but we are hoping that as Dave said, the conditional zoning process takes care of that, which is a legislative process. And so that should be an easier process for the board, less time consuming.
And then moving forward there, we just wanted to show some of the other processes and kind of just show the key and whatnot here for the table. But it sounds like, Julie, we heard very loudly and clearly from the two choices that we highlighted here today at 160D will let us have some decision that, nope, we still would like to continue. Board of Commissioners kind of be that ultimate sign off there.
That is what I heard.
Excellent. Well, moving forward, that's how we're going to finish up writing everything that's needs to be edited. Then we'll go ahead and settle that within the handbook document itself, and we'll update accordingly throughout where we need to update accordingly. Just to kind of show, we did want to include an example, and this was the Wake County example that we've seen before. And so they kind of go ahead and set up their different decision-making processes, administrative, quasi-judicial, and legislative there. And this, I guess, will be pretty similar then to what Rolesville will be doing moving forward. Outside of subdivisions, you'll see that they kept that administrative. However, the Board of Commissioners have made clear today they still want that final approval. So it'll differ a little bit from Wake County, but you know, the Board of Commissioners will be the official sign off within Rolesville for those subdivisions moving forward then, as they have been. We are definitely ahead of schedule. We thought the processes might take some further consideration and discussion, but it was very unanimous and very quick. So I'm happy to hear that. You know, we can certainly go ahead and take a break at this point if anyone wants to use facilities or get a drink, or we can continue to power through. I'll defer to Julie, the board, and everyone here on the call what they'd like to do.
Mayor, with pleasure.
I would welcome a.
I say let's go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Take a break.
Let's go ahead and take a break. If you would like, please be back at 2:30, and we will resume with our next section. And if that saves us a little time at the end to talk about some of those major topics and next steps, then we will have that time. And if not, we may be able to dismiss a little bit early. So be back at 2:30, please.
Great job, guys.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, Julie.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, when you heard the loud two devices next to each other sound, my laptop was dying, so I was signing on to my desktop. So I popped up with my husband's name, but I changed it. It's really mean.
It's fine. I immediately hit mute for you so the feedback would stop on our end.
And it's funny because I kept hitting it, but I kept hitting a button next to it, so I wasn't really leaving the meeting like I was trying to do initially.
No,
So,
you're fine. We got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Julie, are you available to speak?
Hi, Jackie. I believe she stepped away for a moment. You're on mute, Jackie.
I'll catch her when she gets back. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
To let everyone know, we are still live on YouTube.
All right, we've got about a 1-minute warning before we need to be back from our break. All right, Shelley, would you mind doing a roll call again just to make sure everybody came back from break? That way we can start.
Yes, ma'am. So if everyone's ready, we are still live, just so everyone knows. And I'll roll through once again. Mayor Curran, are you with us?
I'm present.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Medley, are you here with us?
I'm here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Vilga, are you here?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Sutton?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Commissioner Sneed?
I'm here.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson?
Here.
Thank you. Moving on to the planning board attendance. Chairperson Powers, are you with us?
I'm here.
Thank you. Vice Chairperson Moss, are you with us?
I'm here.
Thank you. Planning board member Lawrence, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Planning board member Mr. Schwartz, are you with us?
I am present.
Thank you. Planning board member Mr. Cross, are you with us?
I am.
Thank you. Planning board member Mr. Pierce, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Planning board member Ms. Pryor, are you with us? Planning board member Pryor, are you with us? I do still see that she is logged in. She may not, however, made it back from break, so I will check in with her later.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. That accounts for everyone.
All right.
Ready, Julie?
I am trying to.
Yep. So, excuse me, I'm not going to dwell too much on these two images because we did talk about them quite a bit earlier, and we also talked about we will have some additional information and graphics for you to review as part of your May 18th Board of Commissioners workshop. But just to kind of reiterate what we're talking about here, we're talking about the conventional versus the cluster subdivision standards. So there again, this was the simplified version of, I'll say, more of a rural type of subdivision. And then I apologize, I cannot remember who was asking about more of an urbanized type of cluster subdivision, but we wanted to make sure to kind of give you a real world example that takes into consideration the parks and open spaces, stormwater ponds, lakes, and things like that. So this is something that one of our land planners actually drew and started kind of mapping out for a project. And you can see the site statistics along the left side. This portion of the project is about 422 acres. Just as a frame of reference, the total project that we were working on with this one was 1,025 acres total. For this specific phase, it's about 732 dwelling units out of 2,051, which gives us a total density of 1.72 dwelling units per gross acre. And I know it looks, you'll probably be like, I don't see how that works, especially looking at the plan, but it actually does. One of the things that we did with this specific type of project was we put some incentives in there that it couldn't necessarily just be the same house over and over again, in this case, for 732 units. So what the developer did in this and what we kind of worked on with this one was a variety of housing types, so that there was some large lot, and this is all lot, not housing size of 10,000 square feet, but lots that were 10,000 square feet all the way down to less than 6,000 square feet. And then also some townhouses. What you'll see on the graphic are the dark greens. I'll say the really dark greens are wetlands, native habitats. So some of our preserved areas that had grand trees and things like that in it. Perfect. Thank you, Julie. The medium color green, which is actually go down just a little bit below that. There we go. Those are parks and open spaces. And then the light colored green are just, I'll say, typical or common areas and open spaces. So this project right here actually has about 36% overall. This specific phase has 42%, and that's everything from, like I said, those parks that James was kind of talking about earlier, and we're going to talk through a little bit of some of the open space and park standards shortly. But this does get into different sizes of parks. It does get into walkability. It does get into trails within some of these buffer areas and some of the habitats, so people can actually enjoy the nature, kind of like a nature walk. But you can also see that there's about 176 acres of habitats, common areas, and buffers that are set aside as part of this. So for this specific project, there again is just under 2 dwelling units an acre at the end of the day, and has about 42% open space. Now, what's really interesting is this is what it looks like actually constructed. Our guy was pretty good when he laid it out that our engineers could follow the plans to that level of specificity. Wow. So it looks super, super tight. I know, and that's where we like to say, okay, looking at the plan, the previous plan, but you can start to see some of that right in the center of the image is a large amenity center with swimming pool, basketball courts, and playgrounds. And then that larger, what we kind of looks like a dog bone just across the street from that. Julie, go towards your 2 o'clock position. Yep, that right there actually has walking trails. It's a stormwater lake that we actually designed to be more of an actual neighborhood feature. So you have your trails, you have your gazebo, you have almost like a small exercise trail throughout there. But that is all different types of sizes of units, different sizes of houses, lots of open space. And there again, about 42% of the site is set aside as either parks, native habitats, or some of those buffers. So that's just kind of giving you an idea of a cluster on a much larger scale.
Oh, I have a question. So
Yes,
basically you're saying that 40% can be split up any type of way. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to push your construction to the front. It can be split up as long as you get that 40%.
In this case, absolutely. And that's the way we're trying to set this up. It doesn't, we were just saying, if you wanted to move everything to the front, then you could. But in this case, because there's native habitats and some species that need protection, that's where you start to see some of those larger green areas connecting up with some of the lakes.
I think that gives it a better perspective, seeing it like this versus the one that you showed us earlier, because it did seem like everything was pushed to the front, and then you have a big chunk of, say, 40% just sitting back there. So under those circumstances, I can see what Jackie was referring to only in terms of visual. But when you lay it out like this and say it's about 40% of it is dedicated versus the other 60% that's built upon, it does give a much nicer viewing of how it can be done. So thank you for this here. I don't want to say picture, but being a picture.
But Kelly, I have a question.
Yes,
Kelly,
ma'am.
I always want to say Kelly K, so it's not two Kellys. So I have a question about this. So is this an actual that you did for someone, or is this just an example of what could be done? I might have missed that in the beginning.
No, this is an actual that was developed. Julie, if you can go back to the previous slide. So this is what our land planner laid out early on in the process. And we, through a course of refinement and working with our engineers and the environmental group, they started identifying out where were those habitats and things like that. And then he started developing in and around those areas to get to that, in essence, a minimum 33% open space, but you can see we're actually above that. So this was actually drawn a couple of years before the formal construction started, which is the next slide.
Gotcha. So I appreciate this visual as well. And I think, at least from my perspective, what I'm trying to convey to developers is we want to be a partner with them in developing quality development such as this. And I think where our neighbors and our citizens are getting concerned is when we give them an allowance and then they do just throw stuff in there and it doesn't come out as a quality development. I think this board is not against development, but we want quality development in our community that people can appreciate for years and years to come, and that other people that this neighborhood will continue to turn over versus it being something that's just thrown together just to meet the minimum standards. So I just want to express that this is the type of quality that matters to me as a board member. And I think our community cares about that as well. So thank you for this visual.
Yes, ma'am. you know, this is also, I'll say, a little bit of a nuance in the fact that, and is Dave Neal still on the meeting? I just want to make sure if he's okay. I just want to make sure I don't say anything stupid here, Dave. So, you know, we can't, you know, if somebody came in just to do this as a conventional subdivision, then, you know, we're pretty limited on what we can do at that point. It's when we start getting into the conditional zoning districts and it's an agreed upon with those consent statements to where we can get some of the higher quality and design components in there. So there is that fine line between conventional and what we can and cannot regulate versus the next step, which is more of a consent.
And let's amplify that a little bit, because an example can be both helpful and can also be misleading in the wrong case. And admittedly, I don't know this particular project, at least from this aerial, although I'm sure Kelly's going to tell me after this call that I know this project from somewhere.
Yeah, probably not, Dave.
Okay, good. So if you take a look, you can see you have a divided median highway at the northern end of this site. And it looks to have that sort of squared off kind of look we might see in Florida, where you have a variety of environmentally sensitive areas on land that was generally set out with roadways set in a grid. Once you back out all the mandated wetland areas, riparian buffers, and those sort of ideas, only creativity allows the developer to get the sort of yields that have been set out here. In Rollsville, if you had a site of the same size, without those sort of wetlands and riparian buffers to work around, certainly incurring this sort of expense for a meandering parkway plus meandering drives would not be the way the market would drive the project. My guess is that this is not an inexpensive community either.
Yeah, this one, believe it or not, this one has, when I say a variety of housing types and prices, there is everything, we'll say, from workforce housing all the way to a much more grandiose scale.
Wow.
Kelly, is it correct, however, that the water was something to work around?
Believe it or not, the large lake in the center that you see that that right there was actually carved out, one, because they needed stormwater and also to offset floodplain.
I'm looking at the other 10 bodies of water.
Most of those, see that one, that one was actually created. I think the ones along the north were actually there. And then the ones along the, like I said, on that one, it looks like it's under construction, were there. Yeah, those were actually in place.
So then the commissioner's questions are going to be, how was this community's development ordinance set up such that the development community would design in this way?
So a couple of things, and that's a great question, Dave. So part of it is waterfront, or we'll say native habitat. So some of these like pine tree areas that you see, some of the thicker brush actually can garner a premium on prices instead of your conventional back-to-back. So part of this was done out of necessity for stormwater and the floodplain, and being also in a watershed district. Some of it was done for, I'll say, the visual and the aesthetics, like you're saying, the bifurcated entry coming in there. But yeah, I mean, it is a very popular community. It's very, like I said, profitable to the developer.
I guess I'm going back to the idea that this is not what Rollsville has typically seen proposed.
Correct. Yeah, we're starting to see more and more of these in and around North Carolina, of course, where it is the true mixed use communities with the multiple housing types within them. You're starting to see more types of unique development. So, you know, there again, we just wanted to give you kind of an example of a cluster with some incentives to help kind of get folks over that hump, like Commissioner Sutton was saying, which is we really like this, but at the same time, you kind of have to temper that with, in 160D in the state actually prohibits you from requiring certain things without, if it's not under consent, especially for these types of residential communities. So that's where we start getting into the conventional versus the cluster and some sort of those incentives.
And not so much requiring, but how do we partner and make sure that our LDO is written in a way that it encourages or inspires more of this type of development?
And we've tried to do that within the current LDO. And Julie and James, I'm going to definitely defer to you on this one because I know you all have been talking quite a bit more. But that's part of the discussion with the open space in the parks. Some of the preservation that we talked about previously with the trees and some of those other components. So we've tried to build that into the LDO as we speak.
Yes,
Great.
we have.
Yeah, that's a great point, Kelly, too. And I think a couple of the next slides, we'll dive further into some of those details too. And kind of show, to Commissioner Sutton's point, providing those visuals, providing the inspiration, providing that kind of regulatory framework within the document of saying, here's what we'd like to see, here's what's required, and kind of providing that framework for them to work with. So I think that's a really good way to phrase it. I think that's definitely the intent of what we've done so far.
That's awesome.
Guys, backing up a second, and only because you guys made the mistake of forcing me to turn my video on.
Darn, I knew better.
And certainly this could just be coincidence, but this looks like it was designed by the great grandson of Frederick Law Olmsted. There's not a single straight line in the entire road or trail network, which looks like it's captured straight from the original design work of Central Park in New York City. Was that something written into the ordinance, or do you guys know whether this was something to be captured?
There's a couple different things. One, there is I'll say the standard intersection separation distance requirements, so that you'll see that there are some interconnections going in different directions. The one thing that this designer did, and he's actually a classically trained landscape architect, so you're very astute there, Dave, as far as the Frederick Law Olmsted components, but it was not create that tunnel of houses going along a piece of property, but to create some visual appeal to kind of help, because that also, part of the studies that they did with this specific project and developer was it was, they found out they could get more bang for the buck as far as dollars by doing the curvilinear streets. There is the requirement that you have the connections. It does not mandate that they be on a true square or the rectangle. So you do have a little bit of flexibility and also being able to design with the lay of the land and some of the topo.
Thanks.
Awesome. Well, a lot of really good conversation there. And I always love hearing Frederick Law Olmsted come up, Kelly. I'm from Buffalo, New York originally. He did a lot of work up that way too. So cool to see that we got some knowledge of that going on in the call. That's great. Well, moving in then is the next topics, the major topics. And now these are some of the items that we've heard very strongly about throughout the steering committee and previous discussions with the BOC and planning board. And one of them was definitely food trucks. And that was a very big item that we wanted to make sure that we're capturing in the LDO moving forward. And so what you see on the screen here is actually some of the agreed upon big points we wanted to make sure we were covered from previous discussions. So for food trucks, and Julie, you can feel free to chime in whenever you want. I know we've gone through a lot of these in great detail in the recent weeks, but pretty much what the intent of the food truck regulations will be that a food truck permit is required. It is going to require them to show some sort of site plan showing the location of the food truck. And also it's going to really limit them to one permit for each location that they have to renew each year. And that was something that we heard pretty clearly from the board previously. So we just wanted to make sure that that's still the case, that thoughts haven't changed or there's no discussions on that moving forward. But also the restriction for distance, 100 feet from the main entrance of any restaurant. And also limiting food trucks to really just one on a public street at a time, unless there is some sort of planned events or special events where you can have multiple food trucks on the street, but obviously that would require some additional level of approval by the town. So we just wanted to leave this up on the screen for a little bit. Julie, if you have anything else to add, feel free. Or if there's any discussion from the board at this time on this.
Yeah, so I'll add that as part of the budget talks that we've been introducing over the last couple of weeks here with the town, and in your meeting previously this week, is the fee schedule has introduced some new permitting fees, and the food truck fee is one of those permits that we have decided needs a fee. So for each location for the food truck, the permit will have to be renewed each year, and there will be a fee tied to each of those permits for each of those locations. So the more locations they have in town, the more permits they'll have to require, the more permits will be renewed each year. But if they have just one location in town and they park there frequently, that one permit will cover them for that location. But there will be a fee associated with that. We had talked about different distances from restaurants. We talked about this in the steering committee quite extensively, and we currently have 100 feet on the books, and so we kept it there. We had talked about increasing it, but at this time we're proposing to keep it at the 100 feet. That's up for discussion. We currently do not allow any food trucks on a public street, so that is something that we are adding to allow a food truck to come to our neighborhood for a birthday party, for whatever. We've seen a lot of pickup on that due to COVID regulations and restrictions. So we would like to make that a possibility. So we have proposed that to be added. And then, of course, with more than one food truck on a public street, it does need to be tied to a special event because of parking and because of traffic flow and all that kind of things that will be special considerations. If this is what the board has in the back of their mind or in the front of their mind for what they would like, we can move forward. If not, now is the time to discuss, so we can go back and write those recommendations in as you would like to see them. That way, in the next draft, we are prepared to go forward for the public hearing.
I have a question, Julie.
Yeah.
So the food truck permit, you said that if it's going to be parked in the same location or if they're going to move around, there's going to be a fee for that. So if someone parks in the same location for the entire year, is that a different fee than the one that somebody's going to pay, I'm assuming, for a one-time visit? And how, like, are the rates already outlined for that? Did I miss that?
No, you haven't missed that. So in the budget document, we have a set fee for each permit, and you will need a permit for each location. So your permit is good for a year for that one location. So if you're going to move around, you will need to have multiple permits. If you're going to do that one location, you can do that one location for a year for that set fee.
Julie, I have a quick question, and it's just really more of a comment as to understand. Is there a reason why it's set up that way as far as the fee per permit? Sorry, fee per location.
Location, yeah.
Fee per location. Once this person this food truck has paid their fee for the year, I mean, what was the reason behind having them limited to just one location? And again, not a pushback, it's just to kind of understand what was the reason, how did we come up with that?
It's to recoup staff time from having to look at the site plans to make sure that parking and all of the regulations are met for that permit location. So to recoup our cost for staff time reviewing those site plans, each location will have a site plan that is attached with it.
Ah, okay, good. Thank you so much. That helps. I love to hear the why behind it. That's why.
Yes.
I have a question. This is Sheila. So I understand what you're saying by staff time. So would it be worthwhile to give some thought to designating food truck areas versus that location and moving? Like if you want to move to a different spot, would it make more sense to designate certain areas as food truck locations, and then they go in that spot, they pay one fee?
We could, however, we would have to have the owner's permission. And that is part of our permit process, is that you acquire the owner's permission for that lot. Most food trucks do not own the lot they're on. They are working in partnership with the landowner or the building owner who is in that space. So that owner might not want a certain food truck. They might only want one food truck. They might not want any food trucks. So this, the permit per location per food truck allows the landowner to have control of that site.
Right, but if we did it working with the landowner proactively, we could help manage that versus charging somebody a fee if they want to move from space to space. I guess I don't understand the full logic behind that.
We could. I don't know if we'd be able to do that in time for the July 1. That might be something we have to push back till after July 1 and look at more of a floating food truck type overlay situation where if you're a food truck, you can go here, and we would have to make sure that the owners are comfortable with any food truck parking, how many food trucks they would have. And so we would need to design some controls around that. And make sure that there is not an issue with parking. If you have 3 food trucks on the site at once, is that going to interfere with parking? Is it going to interfere with traffic? Is it going to interfere with site triangles? That type of thing. So we could look into that, but I don't know if we'd be able to handle that by July 1 for this. But we can consider that in the future.
I have a question. I think to do it that way, there's going to be a lot of competition for the best location for trucks. So I think that's going to be a problem for the landlords on who got there first and who, like you said, maybe a particular landlord does not want their truck there when they apply for that permit to be there. So I think that will be problematic. But I am curious to know, because I know we brought this up in our, steering committee meetings, but I'm not fully understanding how one food truck who may want to be, say, in this parking lot one day, or maybe near the high school or some type of athletic field the other day, are they paying the same price for that permit each and every time? Or will they apply for one main permit and then have to pay a smaller fee? Because my concern is, while we do have really good restaurants in Roseville, they don't serve everything. So I would hate for the food truck vendors to be frustrated or not willing to go through that hassle each and every time they want to park someplace that may not be your designated spot and not come to Roseville, because they do. I understand the comment that was made was they come to Roseville, they set up shop, they sell their food, and they leave. I do believe they're bringing a service to Roseville that sometimes some people may have to travel to go get. So that is their service. We're coming to you. You don't have to come to us. So I feel that that's a little bit of a penalty to charge each and every time a vending truck would like to come for a particular event in Roseville.
Well, again, the permit is good for a year, so it's not each and every time.
But wait a minute. So clear up what you said, because you said every time they want to go and park someplace, they have to pay a fee.
That's per location.
Right.
So,
And that's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
So anywhere in Roseville, each time they have to get a permit. I mean, again, I don't know what the fees are because we didn't discuss that, but they have to apply for a permit every time they want to come to Roseville within that year.
At a different location.
At a different location. So if
I get all that. I get the different location.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to figure out, that's a lot. What if a vending truck comes here often, like maybe 10 times? So they're paying for a permit 10 times to be at a different location.
Only if they're in 10 locations. If they come to the same location every time, they only have to pay for that one fee. Because
then that's like the hot dog vendor who's down there in the corner by the
Jacoby
furniture shop. They're there all the time. I know things are changing for them, and it will change when cobblestone starts. But that's what I'm saying. Not every vending truck may want to be in the same location. And if that's the case, I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. If they want to be in a different spot, then they have to get a permit.
Yes.
Is the reasoning behind that to give some back to Roseville for the monies that they're making and
no,
taking out of Roseville?
It's to recover the staff time that we have
Yes,
to.
you did say that. Yeah. I'm sorry.
put
But I
into
don't understand the
reviewing and
staff
making
time
sure.
either. And I know it's probably a lot of work for you guys, but I don't understand the staff time. It's almost like somebody's working on a commission. Every time somebody comes in, staff is gonna recoup that fee. It's not part of somebody's, and please know I'm not minimizing anything that you all are doing because you do a fantastic job with your small staff. But when you say it's to recoup staff time, I just don't get that because to me, it sounds almost like a payback or a penalty.
No, it's a nominal fee. I think it was either $100 or $150 for the entire year, which covers about 2 hours of staff time to review the site plan to make sure that the owner has signed the permit, that the parking is considered, that they do have the appropriate licensures and permits from the Wake County Health Environmental Board. All this stuff that we have to check and make sure of. It does take about 2 hours of staff time. So that's what
And
we're
I
charging
believe
the
you.
permit for.
And I do think it's a lot of work. I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm just saying.
But for each location, we would have to make sure that those things are filled out for each location. So you're still going to need an owner affidavit. You're still going to need, the permission from the owner. You're still going to need the site plan to show that the parking is going to be provided, that there's not going to be any site triangle deficiencies, that the setup is going to be okay for that location.
I get it's a lot of work. Please know I'm not taking away from what you all do. But
No,
and this is common for other municipalities. They charge it based on staff time.
Yes. We have looked at all our sister communities in the area, and they all charge per location for a permit. And that permit is usually good for 1 year.
Julia, this is Frank Pierce. I have a question, if you will.
Yeah.
In reference to a birthday party, for example, just a one-time location, one-time event for 12 months. How would you do that in relation to somebody that's going to come and set up on every weekend or whatever?
It's the same process. So they would say the permit is good for a year. So they could, whether they choose to do it every day for those 365 days, or whether they choose to do it only for one time, the permit is good for that location for 1 year.
Yeah, I think that needs to be fleshed out a bit. I think we're into space that we're not. Yeah, that doesn't.
How many food trucks are
right.
coming? Oh, sorry, commissioners. But how often are we getting food trucks to be considering this? Is this something that we need to look at?
We have maybe a dozen or so permits.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Hey, Julie.
Yes.
Julie, I think, how do we going to handle special events? Churches, schools, high schools. If they have an event out there and they bring food trucks in. I know the chambers talked about, a food truck rodeo.
We are not proposing any changes to the current special event process. So the town already has a special event process, and that's in the town code, and we are not proposing any changes to that.
I have a question.
Okay.
Coming back to board member Frank Pierce's question about the whole birthday thing. So if it's a homeowner, private land, private property, and the food truck can be parked in the driveway or whatever, is that a loophole? I don't see someone with a food truck paying a fee just for a one-time visit.
Right.
Yeah. So currently, under the way we have the permit process set up right now, you are not allowed to do that. You have to be either part of the special event, or you have to be on a certain zoning district property. We are proposing to change that to allow people to have food trucks at their birthday parties, or the Kona ice machine at their birthday parties. If the HOA wants to have a food truck come to the neighborhood and park at the pool for the day, we are proposing changing the permit process to allow for that. Currently, the permit process does not allow that.
Oh, I see. Because right now, the way it is, I don't see a food truck coming to that venue unless the homeowner or the venue person is going to split the cost or maybe even pay for the cost of having to come. It's not a big deal. It's just, again, it's just the principle and kind of see the rationale.
Right. Currently, we don't allow that to happen at all. And so that is part of the changes of where we said limit one food truck on a public street. Currently, we do not allow that at all.
Oh, wow.
But some of those food trucks, I would say, that started during COVID that are still visiting those neighborhoods that have fairly good business, I could see them paying $150 and remaining in that neighborhood every weekend.
Yeah.
But let me ask a clarifying question on that, because we don't own the private property of the HOA in the neighborhoods. So if the HOA decides to invite a food truck to come out on a Saturday for their residents, we don't have any jurisdiction over that HOA land. So,
we do. So it's still zoned. We still have zoning regulation. We don't own the land, but we still have zoning regulation for the town. And we still have the 160D ordinances that say we have jurisdiction over zoning districts and what happens within those zoning districts. And that is what we're talking about today, securing a permit to allow them to do that food truck in that area.
So let me clarify when I'm talking about the land, if they're on their common area pool, they're using their pool parking lot. Mm-hmm. They're not on a street in that community. Mm-hmm. So they're not on a public street. You're saying that we have jurisdiction over that?
Yes, we do. Just like we have jurisdiction over private property on whether or not they can put a shed in their yard. And a certain size shed needs to have a building permit. This is the same kind of zoning regulation on whether or not a permit is required, and that permit needs to be required for whatever zoning district you're in and where it can be used. And so currently, we do not allow the food trucks in any kind of residential situation, and we definitely do not allow them on the public streets. What we're proposing in the future is to allow them in residential subdivisions and residential areas, and for them to be on a public street. So those are some of the changes that we're proposing to accommodate what we're seeing happening in town and what we're seeing happening in other towns, especially given the way food trucks are becoming more popular.
And let me just clarify, is this new with 160D, or this has always been our jurisdiction?
It's always been our jurisdiction.
We're just trying to enforce it now or put a process in place.
We're putting a better process in place. We still have the permit already. We are restricting food trucks to certain zoning districts, and we are wanting to expand where the food truck can be and change it from an actual permitted use table to a more temporary use and allow them with the permit. That way we can make sure public health and safety and welfare are still considered. However, allowing them to be in more places than they currently are.
All right, Julie, question. I know you mentioned Kona Ice, and I think we mentioned this in our in one of our past meetings. So when you say Kona Ice and you say ice cream truck, you know, I'm going to lump them in the same group. So as they're traveling from neighborhood to neighborhood, how is that defined?
Okay, so Kona Ice parks and a mobile vendor drives through the neighborhood like an ice cream truck playing the music, and they don't actually, they stop for a second, but they keep on moving. They're classified as two different things, kind of like a food truck is, you know, parks per location, and that is where you have to stop and make sure that your traffic, your sight triangles, your parking, and your land ownership and all that is good. The mobile food vendor is considered in a different classification. It's kind of in the same umbrella, but it's a little bit different.
So do they pay every, well, it's, never mind, it's not pertaining to what we're talking about right now.
Right.
Okay, never mind.
My final question is, how do we enforce this? Is this enforceable? How? Is there a citation? Is there how is it enforced?
It is enforceable. We can issue a citation. It's a civil citation. If somebody, you know, say a cop is driving by and the cop sees a food truck, they go up and ask to see the permit. If they don't have the permit, they can issue a warning, or they can say you need to secure the permit. If they have a second violation, that is when we send out a notice of violation saying you are not allowed to be on site without a permit. And then we follow the steps for the notice of violation. So we follow those steps that we have in the civil penalty regulations for the town code. But generally, we would start with a warning of, hey, do you know you need a permit? And then we would move to, this is how you get a permit. And then for repeat offenders, we would say you would need a permit.
Gotcha. And I'm assuming that with this, I know that we're going to communicate when this LDO is finalized and updated. We'll let the public know. To me, because food trucks are becoming such a great source of income, especially looking at folks that are trying to survive after COVID. I do think this is a special call out that we make sure that our community is aware of these changes when it comes to the food trucks, that we put out a special blast, and we blast that a couple times so people are aware.
Yeah.
I do not like stuff to get lost in a 437-page document.
I understand. And the other thing too is, again, we're relaxing restrictions with this. We're making it easier for the food trucks to survive. We're allowing them in more places. We're allowing them in places we haven't allowed them before. And we are looking at working with the food trucks to make them a more viable option. This is not tightening the restrictions. This is loosening the restrictions to make it easier on the food trucks.
But we're adding a fee, which a lot of people see as a tax. So I just want people to know up front before they get into all of the rigmarole that this could create.
Yes, and that's also part of the budget document, and part of the budgeting process is when we notify the different developers and different members of the community and the community at large that we are making changes to the fee schedule. That is the thing we have to call it as part of the budget process as well. So it'll be a double notification process.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'd like to ask a clarification question as well, just to get the board's preference. This is Michael. Because we have a real life example right now with a food truck that is up there at Cobblestone's property right now, and they would like to move. So if there was a fee, if they move within the calendar year, are we thinking that that food truck should pay 2 fees? If the fee's $100, then they have to pay $200 because in the first part of the year they were at the town's property where Cobblestone's going to be, and now in the next couple of months they're going to move to a different location? Or do we think that can just be some sort of renewal where the food truck has already gotten their permit for the year, they're just changing locations, they just need to send in some paperwork that says, well, I'm changing locations and I got the property owner's permission, but do they have to pay the $100 again, or should we let them not have to until the next calendar year?
Presumably,
You're
the permit
saying
would
if
be
they're
good for 1
forced?
year.
Sorry, what was
They're
that?
not forcing them, they have to move because Cobblestone's getting ready to, well, no, the other development's getting ready to start. So they have to find a new location, which they have. So are they paying twice because of that?
Or can we just let them move and tell us where they're going next and provide all the required paperwork, but not have to pay the fee again until that calendar year is over?
I don't think they should have to pay the fee again, personally. It's not their choice that they're having to move.
Right. If the move's beyond their control. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. But Dave was saying something though.
Yeah.
Dave who? I'm just kidding.
It would. Hi, Commissioner Medley. I may have missed the intent of the question. That is, presumably any permit would be good for 1 year. It's a year-long permit regardless of the date it's issued. Whether someone could get a second permit because they need to move at no fault of their own and have that fee waived is probably something we want to look at. I think you would find that many food truck owners would tell you they're only moving because they have to.
Right.
And I'm not sure how we're going to evaluate each waiver request. So let me come back to you on that.
And or even if the food truck wants to, do we still want to charge? Again, that's what, according to the slide in our policy, if a food truck moved 3 times in a calendar year under their permit, we're charging them $100 each time? Or do we just want to say, once you've got your permit for the year, we're okay with you if you have to move or you want to move to 2 or 3 different locations, as long as you have the property owner's permission, we're good with that. And you don't have to pay multiple times. I think that was a question Commissioner Medley was kind of asking in the beginning too.
So the challenge is that under state law, we pass along as fees at maximum those things that generally accord with our cost of providing the service. So if someone is moving a lot, presumptively, at least according to the staff report, they're costing the town more money. So one would expect that that would be how you would assess what fee you're charging. I would not tell you you have to do that, though. That's certainly probably within the realm of the discretion of the board, because at most we would only be talking about charging less. If we're charging less, however, obviously that cost is still getting paid, is just being captured in our base property tax.
Yes, because if they move locations, we still have to review it at staff level. We still have to process the permit. We still have to make sure that the owner has signed and given permission. We still have to look for the health, safety, and welfare benefits of the citizens of the community to make sure we can issue the permit. So there is still staff time involved, and there's more staff time involved with each location that they add, because each location has to be determined if it's a viable location and a safe location to have a food truck.
Yeah, that was my point. To me, that needs to be fleshed out. I'm struggling with that part, the move part. I understand the permit. I think we need this. I think this is a good thing. But I do think that part of if they move, and even back to Mr. Pierce's point about the one birthday party, I think we need to flesh that out. And I know we may not be able to get that fleshed out today or before July 1, but I do think that needs fuller. It needs a little bit more to it.
It's definitely going to impact the trucks that come to Roseville. And we have seen more trucks come to Roseville now than ever before, except for around the special holiday, what is it, Oktoberfest or something like that. It's not called Oktoberfest, Fall Festival. So, and I know that's a town special event, so there's special circumstances for that. But even like Greenway, they have a food truck that comes through and they claim that truck as their own. So.
They also have a permit.
Right. No, I'm not saying they don't. So I wouldn't have mentioned that they didn't. I would have just.
Yeah, no, they have a permit good for a year, and every food truck that comes to Greenway, because they've had multiple, each one has had a permit.
So, right, Julie, I'm not saying that they don't. I'm just saying, so any business basically can claim a food truck, pay the permit, and that truck can be there every day if they wanted it to be there, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like the early bird gets the worm on location.
Don't think we'll solve it today.
We haven't solved it yet, not even in our committee. So, well, anyway, this is a good start right here. So I guess we can move on to the next one. This is a really good start.
Great. Yeah, we'll jump into the next one. A lot of really good questions and conversation on that part. Definitely. I know food trucks is always a hot topic, and who doesn't like a good food truck? So a lot of good interest there for sure. The next topic we wanted to cover, and this was one we heard a lot of debate and conversation previously about, was open space. And we talked a bit about that today. So this might be a little bit of a rehash, but we're going to revisit some of this just to make sure the board, both boards are comfortable with these figures moving forward. So first off, to start, right now, the current open space standards in the current UDO require a 10% open space for residential districts. And the code's actually pretty silent on non-residential or commercial districts, doesn't really mention open space standards. So as part of what we wanted to do for the LDO is really open this up, kind of have that discussion of say, well, what would we like to do? So what we're proposing is that for residential districts, we keep it at that 10% open space, and we are going to require specific open space types. So it's not just 10% open space, bunch of land I can't use, or it's not doing anything, there it is. we're putting a lot of different controls in about what those open space types, will look like. And we're going to get into that on the next screen there, but we wanted to focus on that 10% to start. This is going to be more or less a staggered approach. And thanks, Julie. You can see some of those open space types there then of what we're looking at. Well, does it have to be something like a pocket park? Does it have to be something like a square or a plaza? Or are we focusing on active use areas that you see in the top right corner there for things like restaurants or developments that might have some communal seating outside and all those types of things there in consideration. So that's really kind of what we're talking about when we get into what the types we'd like to see, in these developments. And I think going back to Commissioner Sutton's previous thought about just trying to have those things codified in the code saying, this is what we're really talking about. This is what we want our communities to really aspire to be and to include. So those are some of the types and the graphics used for open space and also some of the buffer types that we've talked about previously. Julie, if you want to go back to the previous one, actually. And I guess this number is definitely going to be viable to change based off the discussion today, but we just wanted to show that tiered approach of basic district standards are going to require 10% open space for that. If they want to, they can elect to do a cluster subdivision that requires that 40% open space that we talked about today, but perhaps the board is going to, possibly decrease that to a 25% open space. And we're going to provide some additional materials in advance of the next workshop to really finalize that number. And then the next step up would be if they have a lot of environmental considerations on the site, or if they want to do something like a conservation subdivision, we do actually have that included in the code as well. And now that is an optional development style. And it really is kind of taking that cluster subdivision and amping it up a little bit. And that's going to require actually a 50% open space, which is a pretty hefty amount of open space, but they do get some additional kind of trade-offs and some additional incentives there for that overall subdivision style development. And so we did just want to highlight that those conventional cluster and conservation, the cluster and the conservation are totally optional. And those percentages we're going to relook at based off of what we talked about today. And really go ahead and kind of settle that in the next workshop.
So I have a question about the 10%. How does that compare with surrounding areas? I've never liked the 10%. I've always wanted it to be more, but what are we looking at like around our area and in general North Carolina?
Yeah, 10%, it's not atypical. It's pretty typical type percentage wise for open space for a base level district. Some codes don't have anything. They just say, nope, up to the developer between buffers and whatnot, there'll be probably 5% open space based off of that. And Julie, I'm not sure off the top of my head if you recall what Wake County requires as their base level standard, but we could certainly get that for you, Commissioner, if you'd like to see that.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, we're developing out, but I want to make sure we get enough open space while we can. I mean, you can't go back and get the open space once it's gone. So preserving it would be great.
Yeah, and that same 10% applies to all density, whether it is low density, medium density, or high density with, 8, 9, 10 units per acre. It doesn't matter. It's just 10%, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's a flat 10%. We do require slightly different open space types and allowances depending on the density of the development, just because naturally maybe for things like multifamily, maybe it makes more sense to have slightly different than a single family. So we do take all that into consideration for that open space section of the code.
But it's still 10%.
It's still that flat 10% though. Yep, correct.
So, if you're in a district that's low density, so you have to have 20,000 square foot per acre, you still got to put 10% in your neighborhood. Or if you're in a high density that allow, what's our minimum, 15,000, you still got to put the same, you don't have to put any more because you got more density.
Correct. Yeah.
And is that common in most communities?
You know, the open space is very preferential in terms of what a community would like to see. So I would say that if the board has thoughts on that, that is definitely something that we can customize, change depending on what the vision for that district would be. But we've seen it really across the board in terms of what they'd like. But typically that 10% is somewhere right in the middle of what we see most commonly.
Yeah, I know Mike said Wake County requires 25%, I think he said. So,
Yeah, on cluster subdivisions, Wake County requires 25%, but for what they consider a lot by lot subdivision, which is a by right subdivision, they don't require any open space to be dedicated.
yeah, and all theirs have to be what, 20,000 or something, so they have septic on them.
Well, it depends on the zoning districts, but for their R40 zoning districts, you can go down to a 20,000 square foot lot with a cluster subdivision. And in their R30 districts, you can go down smaller as well. Typically, you still have to have about a half an acre to accommodate a septic system.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So they have to be pretty big out there.
Yeah,
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Sorry, go ahead.
We it may be something we want to think about. Now it's up to the board, really, you guys thinking about it. But you know, I think we ran into some situations before where, you know, we was asked a lot of density, but there was very little open space added to the plans. But they would ask for a lot more density out of it. And according to this, we won't never be able to require no more than 10%. That would be the most we can require, right?
If they do that lot by lot or by right development style, correct? Yep. If they don't opt for an additional cluster or something along the lines of that.
Yeah, and another thing is, you know, some properties that, you know, they have 10% of the land there is unusable for anything, you know, repairing buffers or whatever. Those counting at 10%?
I believe it would count, they can count portions of some of those environmental considerations, but the way that we have it set up is that they are kind of limited of what can count towards that usable open space. And so we take all that into consideration of what can be part of that 10% as well.
Yeah, well, that's a different term you use in usable open space, but I don't think that's the way it's written. I mean, it doesn't have to be 10% usable open space, does it?
Not necessarily. There's kind of those considerations of what can count towards that. And in the details of the code, we kind of have that all written out to make sure that they are providing some level of open space that's going to come into some type of organized form, whether that's a pocket park or a green or a neighborhood park. They have to do something along the lines of that to make sure that they're hitting that requirement.
Yeah, that is spelled out in section 6, where we have what percentage can be used as, what percentage of non-usable land can be counted towards open space. So we do have that spelled out in the code, actually, in section 6. For the sake of getting through, 50 some slides today, we didn't include all of it. That's part of the reason why we had the book club, is to make sure that you guys are getting familiar with what we're trying to propose, because it is just so much information. And so there is a section on what is allowed as open space and what counts towards your usable open space, and what percentage of that you need to have, along with those open space types, what is considered a small, medium, large, and how many of each small, medium, and larges you need depending on your development. So we do go into greater detail in the text itself. That way, that's where all the guidelines are.
I'm not talking like major things over 10%. I'm talking like if we went 12% or 15%, something like that. Just to add just a little bit more. I feel like it's the responsible thing to do, to have a little more open space.
Yeah.
Would that be in the high density neighborhoods only, Paul, or in all neighborhoods?
I would say in all, just across the board to make it more simple.
Sheila?
I was just saying, it just seems really small. Maybe I'm missing something. I know we've had this discussion a lot.
Yes.
So the 10% is not written in stone then? It's just proposed?
The 10% is proposed at this time. Current, what is written is 0. There for non-residential, and current is 10%. What we're proposing is 10% for residential, 40% for the cluster, and then 50% for the conservation. So as you go up in your incentives, part of that incentive trade-off is that we require more open space. So that's what we've proposed, but all these percentages are open for discussion, and that's what we'd like to discuss today, is to make sure that you're comfortable with what we're proposing, and if not, help us or give us some guidance on what number you would like to see. That way we can get this ready for the June 1st public hearing.
Yeah.
So
the
help me.
Go ahead,
Clarity,
Commissioner.
please. So the 10% is, you said, common amongst surrounding municipalities, but Raleigh is 25%. Did I hear that correctly?
I believe that was discussion for Wake County's conservation subdivision standard, which is 25%.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, so
I thought I heard Raleigh being mentioned as such.
I'm just wondering where the 10% came from. How do we get to the 10%? Like, is that a...
I wanted to also piggyback on that as well, Commissioner Sutton, because the 10% open space, I think we probably just need to add, is this a low density residential district? Because in a low density residential district, of course, the yards keep coming back to yards. Yard size are going to be a little bit bigger. So I don't know, maybe a half an acre, maybe a little bit lower than that. So that to me counts as open space. It's just more private. Again, I always look towards pervious versus impervious. I want to make sure that we're preserving a lot of our green and not replace them with rooftops, balconies, and driveways. So if somebody's yard is a half acre, if everybody's yard in a community is half acre, just an example for this purpose, I'm okay with the 10%. That's just my thought. Again, just food for thought. Just something to kind of grind your teeth on a little bit.
Typically, what we do for parcels is that if it's going to be an individual parcel, it's not considered part of open space. Open space is something that's dedicated to the public or to private, maintained by the HOA. But your actual parcels are not considered part of the open space, whether they have a larger lot or a smaller lot. So that yard space is considered not open space. It's considered part of the actual development. So when we're talking about that 10%, we are talking about what is actually dedicated as open space, whether it's dedicated to maintained by the HOA or dedicated to the town and maintained by the town. Okay. We're talking about, not the green space, not what you see and press, that kind of open, airy feeling that you might have while driving through a subdivision, but the actual dedicated space for open space.
That helps. It does provide some color. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And Raleigh has no open space requirement except in conservation subdivisions, right?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I believe
like I heard Mike say that.
Actually, Wake County I was referring to, not City of Raleigh.
Wake County has none.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with the City of Raleigh's, but Wake County has none for a lot by lot and 25% for open space for cluster subdivisions.
Okay, 25%. Okay.
Yeah, and so
I
what we
think
currently
10%.
have on the books is 10% for our residential districts. And so that's where we started with the 10%. We had some questions about where we picked 10%. 10% is industry standard. It's the typical starting point. And so that's in the current standards, and we carried that forward. And again, that's something that if you'd like less or more, that's where this discussion needs to head. But that was where that founding number came from, is that's currently on the books, with 0 being for any non-residential development. And, we had that tiered kind of category, I guess, that tiered presence of, if you had a by right zoning, you do the 10%, which is currently on the books. If you opt to do the cluster, it's 40%. And if you opt to do the conservation subdivision, that's 50%.
I'd like to see more myself, Julie, just to really cut to the chase on that.
You'd like to see more than the 10%?
Yes, I would.
And I agree. And I'm also looking at, just briefly, Nightdale's, they have a required recreation open space. So I would like to see just a chart of what we have surrounding us. So, because I want us to be competitive, right? But I want to see what people are using comparably, so that we're not making a decision based on just not knowing and just throwing a number out there. So they may not have just a blank open space requirement, but they may have something else that's in place of that. I would love to see that for our surrounding communities in Wake County, at least. I think that will be helpful, so that we make an educated decision versus just throwing out a number.
Yeah, and that's what we're expecting. If you want to see more, then we'll go back to the drawing board and get you that information so you can make an educated decision on what more is. But if you don't want to see more, then we won't put that time and effort into it. So that's basically what we're trying to decide today, is not necessarily where you're going to land on a number. Just like what we said for the cluster open space, we'll look and we'll come back and we'll give you examples of what 25% looks like, what 30 looks like, what 40 looks like. That way you can make an educated guess or decision or vision for the town on what you would like to see in the future. And then we'll do the same thing for this open space. We're hearing that you would like to see what more looks like from the 10%. And so we'll come back with a couple options of, this is what's happening in the areas surrounding us, this is what this looks like, and give you some examples there.
Yes, that's what I'd like to see.
Yes. And we'll have that for you at the May 18th meeting.
And I personally don't see why we can't look at, the residential districts not all being the same. I mean, I kind of agree, with what was said here. 10% may work well on the larger lots, if you're doing low density, but if you're doing, post stamp lots, they still have to do 10%. Looks like to me, it'd be an incentive to, it's no incentive to do a big lot. It's no incentive at all. That you're going to go treat it all the same way. What's the incentive behind it? So I would think you would give more incentives for less open space to the larger lot communities, and the small lots require more. So I wouldn't penalize, I wouldn't penalize the low density requiring them to have more, because we don't see them anyway. They don't happen anyway. Everybody wants the highest density they can find with the lowest open space they can find.
That's true.
I can't remember when we did a low density neighborhood. It's not been in the last 10 years, I don't think. So, looks like to me it should be incentive for them, even if it's 0. It should be 0 if the lots are big enough. But the incentive that we've got gives the folks to do as high as density they can do with less green space they can. And I think that's where it's set up. And that's why, my personal opinion, that shouldn't be applied to all residential districts.
All right, so you would like to see some examples of a tiered approach based on your density levels, residential low, medium, and high, and then also some examples of what's going on in other communities around our area of what they're doing, and if one, they have a tiered approach and how they're doing it, and then 2, what they're requiring as part of their open space requirements.
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor Curran, I completely agree with you on that too as well, what you just said. And that's kind of the idea I was thinking too as well. We need to incentivize, encourage more of the low density. We haven't seen any of that. Every builder, developer that comes in, they're looking at very tight niche, medium to high density, which is it's good to have those variety of products as well. But yes, you're right. Lately, we have not seen anyone come in with those larger lots, which is what Roseville was the desire for people moving out this way initially came out here for. So good points. Thank you.
But let me also add to that, Davian. What I've seen just in going to visit different communities, the demand is for, in some communities I've seen, I'll give an example, 5401, which is down on
Yes.
Lewisburg Road.
Yes.
You will see these beautiful homes. I've been tracking them since they started. You see these beautiful homes that are on smaller lots. And so when you think about generationally, as people are younger and buying homes, they don't want yards to maintain. And I think some of the developers are trying to answer a need. And we have talked about in Roseville having a diversity in housing.
Mhm.
So that also addresses that. So I do think that we have both issues going on. I think some people do want larger lots, but I do think the trend, at least right now, people are not wanting to maintain a lawn. And those neighborhoods, I have a friend that just moved to Clayton, are selling like hotcakes.
Mhm.
We do need it. I'm sorry, because of the older people as well that don't want those lots.
Right. No, I completely agree. I've visited that location. It is beautiful. I love what they're doing with the brewery there and the pools, and it's just, I would like to move there myself. But they're also very close to the bypass, so easy access. These are always, those are always situations that are high traffic areas. So I'm trying to look to see what the next 10 years of Rolls is going to be like. If we're moving towards that, that's fine. I want to make sure we're building a really strong product so that we can be proud of for years to come. So that's ultimately what I'm going for there. I'm open to large lots and small lots, as long as it's a good product where people can be proud of.
Yeah, and I agree, and I agree with what Sheila said. I know that you know a lot of people are looking that way, but also you know you got to take into account, you know, when you build an 8 to 10 units per acre, and we developing all our land here, the transportation is going to be bad. It's not just space, but it's going to be transportation problems.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, we're not encouraging anyone to build anything larger, even if somebody wanted something. If you wanted to have, you know, a nice yard where kids could play in here in Roseville and actually have a ball game out there in your yard, it's nothing being built today that would do that, and not in town. So, you know, we don't have that diversity, but also, you know, I keep hearing about transportation, and our people that live here keep complaining to me about, you know, we're building all this density here, and we're going to be like these other places. And I've seen maps from 2020 projections on what the triangle will look like with the growth that's coming in, and it's not pretty. It's not pretty. So if you don't control the density and keep allowing, you know, 10 or 15, 20 units per acre, the traffic's going to be bad. It's going to be really bad.
And I hear you, and I agree with that point. But I think also we have to couple that with making sure that we're working on our infrastructure at the same time. We cannot continue to allow developers to come in and put in a turn lane and walk away. So I think that we have to get out of that habit of saying, okay, they're just going to put in a turn lane, we're moving on. Because the infrastructure, there's a community next to us, we can use them as an example. That has happened, and the residents are now complaining they can't get from point A to point B. So I think it's both, and I don't think it's just density and then forget about your roads.
Yeah, so remember earlier when I said welcome to planning 1001 instead of 101, this is where you guys are heading. This is where the all your crash courses in planning and the CTP that you just had Allison stand before you at the last board meeting, and you're going to have that with minor changes coming back on your consent agenda at your next meeting. That's where the CTP comes in, your community transportation plan that looks at the roadways and the networks and how we need to do things moving forward. And that's where you know that we've already discussed today in just today's meeting, where we need to look at the comprehensive plan. We need to start updating that again. And so we need to look at where this development is coming in and where we would like those developments to be, where you want the high density, where you want the medium density, where you want the low density, where does it matter, where does it make sense, what does the comprehensive plan say, what does the land use plan say, how are we going to grow, how are we going to shape those visions, what our strategic plan says of our vision for the town. This is where all those kind of come into the magic moment of how they all tie in together to the vision of the town and how we grow smartly as a community, and why each of those components and aspects are so important to make sure that we're really honing in on the vision for the town and what we really want and what our citizens want, and how we want to shape that future growth. And so we've touched a little bit on everything today. And so I just wanted to let you know that, yes, while this is the nuts and bolts, while the LDO is the teeth of what happens in your current planning, we're also discussing long range planning on what that future vision is and how we're going to grow and how we're going to shape ourselves. And so those plans and those policies that are coming before you, this is why it's so important to take it together as the entire vision of the town. So saying that, to say this is that, yes, all those things have different components that are part of something else, there's something bigger, something other, another plan or policy that takes this into consideration. And the LDO is a place where we look at the nuts and bolts, on how we shape the specific development, not necessarily of where it's placed, not necessarily of what the transportation long-range term planning needs to be on whether we allow, the center turn lanes or medians or the TIAs or things like that. What comes down to the LDO is how we look at that development and making sure that the checks and the checklists and the check marks of, okay, you have this much open space, you're going to have this much density, you're going to have this much lot sizes. That's where the LDO is the zoomed in version of the really up close portion of the development. And then you zoom out a little bit and you look at the CT plan, and then you zoom out a little bit more and you look at the comprehensive plan, and you zoom out a little bit more and you look at your strategic plan for the town. So every time you zoom out, you're looking at a different level, and then every time you zoom in, you're really honing in on what those rules and regulations are. And so while all those plans are important to intermingle and make sure that we're working cohesively across all those different levels, the LDO is where we look at the specifics of what we want to see for that specific development. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that, all these conversations are good, and, it makes a big difference on how you want to grow your community, on what we do in those next steps for the CTP, for the comprehensive plan, for that strategic plan, as part of our, even the budget with our fee structure, and making sure that as we grow, we have, the capabilities, the infrastructure in place to be able to do those things. Because it's not just roadways, it is also utilities, whether it's gas, electric, or street lights that we're going to have to be paying for, things like that really come into the whole picture of growing a town. So this is great conversation, and I'm really pleased with the way today has been going. It's been an excellent conversation. Do you have any other questions about the open space? I'm seeing head shakes. I'm assuming that means no.
Yeah, we can move on. I'm good.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify, by good, that means that the additional
The
information.
additional, yes, we need to.
Right.
Yes,
Definitely dig in
yes, yeah.
deeper.
No, I've
Okay.
got stars and I'm taking notes. Shelley's taking minutes, and we will be coming back. This is not the final draft. This is not the final version. We still have May 18th to nail down specifics. And so just to reiterate what I have in my notes so far, for the first star is looking at those cluster subdivisions and the cluster language and the graphics to show you the difference between the different tiers of 25%, 30%, 40%, and getting aerial examples of what that's going to look like, along with ground and street level examples, so you can see how that's going to look on not only just paper and maps, but how it's going to look in Rollsville, and also the comparative of what is being done in Wake County and our surrounding areas. The other thing I have starred that will come back is the food truck. For the tiered permits and tiered fee systems, whether we have a one-off or a 1 year or multiple locations, or looking at implementing some type of townwide floating zoning district that would be like, okay, you know, food trucks can park here without needing, you know, anything extra special. And then, you know, if they want to park somewhere else, we look at something else. So that will be coming back before you with examples of how that's going to look like. And then we're going to be looking at the open space again, doing a chart and to see what's competitive in the area and also in the county and the surrounding areas for incentives for larger lots and less open space, a tiered incentive for based on your densities, whether you're residential low, medium, or high, and looking at what that increased 10% to 15% or higher looks like based on what is going on in surrounding counties, and also what it looks like on the ground based on development size. So that is what I have starred so far.
Julie,
Mm-hmm.
I have a question, and maybe it's to come later, but you and I have had a discussion before about the requirement in the overlay district or downtown district, I can't remember how it's defined, of commercial buildings being all brick.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about that at the correct time.
Okay, great. I'm writing that down right now, and I'm starring it. And let's see, what's next, James? We've got some use questions and tree questions, greenway, sidewalks, construction, street buffers.
Yeah, that's what I was
We'll
going to
do
say.
that as
Julie.
part of the anything else. Is that
Yeah.
okay? Because we
Yeah,
still have an
fine.
hour.
That's fine.
All right. So if we're good, we'll move on to the use questions.
Yeah, thanks, Julie. And these were just some of the either questions that we've had in crafting it, or just some of the previous conversations we've had from the steering committee or the board. And just wanted to make sure that we're all comfortable moving forward on these. One of the questions that we had for the board today was whether or not to allow upper story residential in the OP district, the office and professional. And this would be the potential to have things like apartments above some professional offices, you know, that you might see scattered throughout the town. So I guess the first question was, would that be something that the board would be comfortable entertaining, having some sort of limited apartments in some of these smaller office district buildings that you might see?
I think that's fine. That's a great
Yeah,
idea.
I do
That's the
too.
direction that many people, many towns and cities are going anyway. That was, aren't we going to have that in Cobblestone anyway?
Yes, but that's
Yeah.
considered a mixed use district
Oh,
and
okay.
not a plain zoning district.
Okay.
So that's the difference.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
I agree with Michelle. You're seeing it more and more. And I think that we ought to consider that.
I do too.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that. The residential supports the activities down below, so I support it.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a pretty clear direction. Anyone else
Yeah.
have anything to add to that?
I was just saying, I think that makes sense as well, especially after we spent so much time on the mixed use portion. We got a really good understanding of that. So yeah, I think that's the wave of the current and the future.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Well, it's good to hear. Yeah, I would say it is definitely like something like a best practice that we're seeing more and more of. So I'm glad to hear that it's well received. So Julie, we'll go ahead and mark that one down as a yes,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll keep it moving. We wanted to just bring up three uses in particular that we talked about in some length previously: electronic gaming, adult business, and tattoo parlors. So what I'll say to kind of start the conversation is that you can't necessarily ban a use outright. So it is a question of, if it is a legal use, we have to kind of decide where and how it's going to be placed. Electronic gaming is definitely one of those. So currently what we've proposed is to try to make it as restrictive as possible, using a special use permit only in the general industrial district. And there are some additional distance requirements about how close they can be to things like schools, how close they can be to each other. And so that's the route that we've taken right now. And just want to make sure with the board that nothing's changed on that. That sounds good. We'll open up for discussion on that topic right now if anyone has any additional thoughts on that.
Just need some clarification, because I had to think about this one for just a minute, because I immediately thought electronic gaming, video games. And I don't know if that's just
Gambling.
me, but then I thought, okay, why would it not be allowed? And I thought, oh my God, it's gambling. So what are those video game places? What are they considered? I mean, not like an arcade, but like there's an office 2 doors down from where I work, and it's video games. So what is that? Is that not electronic gaming? Or is this just known in the industry that that's gambling?
No, that's a great question. Yeah, they are different things. So really the electronic gaming operations is kind of a codified type use from the state, and that is the gambling thing.
Okay.
The video game, arcades and stuff, awesome, really good fun, right? They're almost the same thing in how the code would treat them. That, if they have arcades or they have Xboxes, same thing. It's just kind of a retail sales and service, no worries.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it's the gambling portion that takes it to a different consideration. Yep.
Gotcha.
So,
So back, I'm sorry, Mayor.
yes, so the way it's written here, it is, one would not show up in a commercial shopping center then. None of these three uses, is that right?
The way this is written for electronic gaming, correct, it would only be in the general industrial. Adult business only in the general industrial as well. The tattoo parlors we did propose could be in general commercial highway, or general industrial. So that may be one that we want to discuss further if we do not want that in any commercial at all.
That was a hot topic.
And
Hot topic.
And I did want to, it did address in the LDO about the microblading, which is done at spas. And so I know that was a question that was thrown out there, because that is a type of tattooing. So I'm interested to know how any conversations, if you've had conversations, or if that was thought of and just highlighted, how that conversation went. Because if you said no tattooing, would that be allowed at spa? Would that not be allowed at spas, or how does that work?
It was a really long conversation. I just want to say something. It was a long conversation, and I do feel that several of us went in different directions on it, for sure. Some wanted tattoo parlors to be on basically the outskirts of town. I will say that I personally don't feel that tattoo parlors belong on the outskirts of town, because the artists that put the time and effort to do their tattoos, they are really and truly artists, and they work for a living. And I feel like they're being shunned if they're pushed to the outskirts of town. They should have an opportunity, like any other small business, to conduct their tattooing business. So I think that was part of the reason, and I wasn't the only one that felt that way, that it was extended to these other types of jurisdictions, being the commercial. The commercial highway is something new to me right now, and the general industrial, because you see them all over the place. And sometimes I think it's a matter of preference as to whether or not you like tattoos, or if there's a stigma attached to tattoo parlors. But if you ever really look at the people behind, like the tattoo makers, they are artists and they are entrepreneurs, and they should have an opportunity within town limits like any other business.
And I feel that their business, like the name on their business, there are restrictions of how that can be, and they can't paint their buildings, they can't go artsy crazy or anything. So I'm trying to think what would be the reason that we would not have them here.
I think it would have been, first, I think it would be preference. Some people are, because I know in the tattoo parlor issue came up several years ago, maybe the first year I was on the board or leading into my first year, there was an issue about a tattoo parlor opening up near Food Lion. And I remember that clearly, and there were a lot of opinions on that. But to me, I really didn't see a fair opinion about the business itself versus the negative connotation that was being associated with tattoo parlors. And I think when you hear the word parlor too, that makes people off. But I feel like they should have an opportunity like anybody else to conduct business within the town of Roseville.
Yeah.
Yes, tattoo parlors have come a long way from being a biker bar. It's every kid has one now. It's the stigmatism is not there anymore. The stereotype is not there. Moms are getting tattoos now, so I don't see the big deal over it personally. So I'm aligning myself with you as well.
I don't have a problem with it. I just think the parlor name is really dated.
That's what it is. That's scary right there, parlor.
Tattoo
In my
shop,
opinion.
tattoo business, but parlor I think just dates everything.
You can certainly.
I'm good with it.
That, yeah, tattoo establishment or something else.
That's what I was going to say. Tattoo establishment.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and I think if like the other thing is too, like I'm all for it as well, but when you push something out to the limits of your town, what are you trying to really say about it? So like everybody else said, I think that we need to be very open. They are artists. They should be part of our town.
Preach, Paul, preach.
For what it's worth, last year a tattoo artist from Wake Forest had expressed interest in coming to Rollsville and was asking about the process. So
there you go.
Awesome.
Board members.
Michael, I would tell you this, that I know several high school students, and my daughter wasn't one of them, who actually invited me to see them get their tattoo. Their parents aren't giving them permission to get their tattoos, and they went to Wake Forest, and they had all expressed interest and hoping that one day we would have one here. And I don't know if that scares people hearing that, but they were all 18 at the time. But I'm just saying that kids are really into it. And I know a lot of young teenagers who will be great tattoo artists. Maybe it will be their primary job, I don't know, but they're very talented. So we definitely want to be more accepting of that group of talent to our town.
I agree.
I don't have
our town attorney has raised his hand.
Thank you, Mayor McFarland. Just while we are on this screen, let me add so that the board has full information. Gambling is prohibited. It is against the law in almost every portion of the state of North Carolina. So gambling can be outlawed. And in fact, it would be difficult for us to permit it under our LDO. Electronic gaming operations contend and have pending cases before the North Carolina Supreme Court that they are not gambling. That is their active contention. So because of that, they, at least for purposes of our LDO, would be considered, and most towns have decided to consider the possibility that the operation that is occurring is not gambling as that term is defined under state law, and therefore most communities have determined that they'll make an allowance for it. There is no case law or statute that prohibits us from outlawing electronic gambling if that was the preference of the town. However, you should know that electronic gaming operators are backed by armies of expensive lawyers, and they have sought to pressure communities into making some allowance for them within town limit. But you certainly have the ability to do that. And if we were to have a challenge, the town attorney in our firm would defend that choice. Completely different from adult businesses, which we have to make a provision for, given their First Amendment rights. And I agree that parlor is a dated term. That is all.
It's interesting that towns are opening to it. Well, it's not interesting because I know people, but especially since it's still against the law. But people are moving forward, I guess, with the assumption that it won't be for very long.
No, it's that communities are making the decision, or their elected officials are making the decision that it is not worth the legal fight. Or they are making the policy decision that the electronic gaming operations that they have personally viewed do have a place in their communities, or they have determined that the revenue generated for the town's tax base makes everything worth it.
Yeah,
So in our general industry, I'm sorry, Ronnie.
Yeah. I know when we did have those in town, and they were called, back then they was called internet cafes. When we had them, we got like $1,500 a machine in revenue from them per year. So, you know, they were income. If you're a big enough place, you can make a lot of money off of them.
Where was that in Rolesville?
It was in the shopping center.
It was by Food Line, somewhere over there, I believe, April.
Yes, I remember
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was evidently
It was down there.
It was well received by the community. Why'd they leave?
Well, you know, they clamped down on them. They closed them up.
Got it. Okay.
So
And
sorry, the electronic gaming industry is
Yeah.
always changing. It's always evolving. As the General Assembly shuts down one version, the games change, the algorithms change. They generate a tremendous amount of revenue for those companies, and there's a revenue that is spun off to communities that set their ordinances up appropriately.
I do want to say my
Yeah,
my hometown before actually went through this process as well, and this all came to our town, and I don't know what their ruling was, but I know that everything along major roads that was commercial related, whether it was a house or it was a building or anything else, got purchased up and was open to electronic gaming. So definitely getting in front of this before it causes an issue is definitely on top of the list.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with the way these three are written, especially being they're special, all three of them special use permit. So we won't wake up one day and there's one somewhere,
Right?
But without us knowing. So I think this is pretty good. And David, on the electronic gaming, I would say, you know, the way it is today with the uncertainty, it's probably good to just have it in here, because if they legalize it again, then we will have to go back and change it and make a provision for it, right?
Well, again, this is the sort of thing that lawyers fight about, and in full disclosure, partners of mine are arguing about it right now before the Supreme Court. So whether it's legal or not is not whether it is electronic gambling. I'm sorry, now you got me. No, whether it is legal or not is not whether it is electronic gaming. It is whether the electronic gaming game that is being offered in the facility is gambling, or whether it is something else. Is it just visual entertainment? And that is the fight. So absolutely, as to the policy choice, certainly it is wise to limit its uses to the extent that we can, and without unduly drawing attention to ourselves that will lead to a legal challenge is a reasonable choice. I just did realize that it was a special use permit on the tattoo parlor. I don't know that you want to hear special use permits on your agenda on tattoo parlors or tattoo businesses. Would you prefer to have that just be a permitted use?
If I can comment on that, Dave, as well as what Ronnie says, I'm fine with the first two, but I would like to change the third one to tattoo businesses are permitted, and it is permitted in general commercial, and just take out the part in regard to the special use permit.
Okay, so can you explain the difference again? Again, I figured, I know the parlor part, like I said, that's just old. But the special use versus what again, Dave?
Versus
By
a
right.
permitted use by right. So if it was a special use permit, the recognition is that while it is probably acceptable within a particular zoning district, the applicant must first put on evidence at an evidentiary hearing that the particular tattoo business that the applicant proposes will meet the standards that are set forth in the LDO relating to matters upon which the board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law. So I don't know that we've written out those standards. I'd have to defer to Julie, but certainly one of them would be evidence that it would not negatively impact neighboring properties, evidence that it would not unduly impact negatively public health, safety, and welfare. And you guys will be asked to hear that sort of evidence under oath and then render a ruling.
And that's under which one? I'm sorry.
Special use permits.
Okay. And then the other one?
Permitted uses never come to you. If they're in the right zoning district and they file the right application with the planning department, they can move forward.
They could pop up like a pizza joint.
I wouldn't want that personally. I would like the special use because even with the pizza place as an example, that's far removed from tattoo businesses. I just feel that the citizens were caught off guard with that. And I think some of the commissioners were, because I knew about 2 months before the Pizza Hut, whatever businesses came in, all the pizza places. I knew beforehand, and I think that's something the town needs to be aware of and prepared to answer. Versus somebody saying, oh, did you know there's a tattoo parlor popping up next to the daycare center? Or that's not going to happen. Or the post office or what have you. So I would say my special use permit, just for nothing else, to keep us in the loop, if that's a legitimate reason for it.
Any other opinions, Sheila, April, Paul?
I'm
Special
good.
use permit or not? What do you think?
I said, I'm good without a special use permit. I don't think we should call it out. I think it needs to be a permitted use. And only thing I objected to was parlor, and we got that resolved, I think.
I agree, because it's gonna be, if they're coming to town, they're coming to town. You know, just like the pizza places. I don't think we need multiples. We need other things.
But how do you stop that then? They can pop up right next door to each other.
But if we say we're gonna regulate the pizza parlor, I mean the tattoo businesses, then why are we not regulating the pizzas so that we don't get any more pizzas? And why are we not regulating?
No. I'm not saying to regulate it. I'm just saying so that we will be aware of it, because how many of y'all knew the pizza place was coming before they put the sign up? Not many, because some of you had asked me about it, and I had known, and I think I knew. I got lucky and found out, and for lack of a better word. So I'm not saying to regulate. I'm just saying, like, I've never lived in a place where something can just pop up in your town, not know it's even there until it's the grand opening. So that's what I'm saying. If there's a means to catch that beforehand, it would be nice to know, not to control it, but at least to know. Because they're not under any obligation to come to the town and say, hey, we're going in.
Neither is anyone else.
Yes.
Actually, they are, because they need a business license. They've got to come to the town to get a business license.
Mm.
And
They don't need a business license. They do need a building permit.
Okay, permit.
So that, when they come in for building permits for either upfits or to build a new building, that is when that type of by right use is triggered, is when they come in for building permits. A special use permit is not just a special use permit is not the appropriate tool to use for general communication of what's coming to town.
Okay.
That's the development activity report that we put out every month on what commercial development has come in, what residential developments have been, what building permits have been put in. The development report that we put out once a month, and the FYI that you get every month, that is the appropriate place to put those types of general use permits and what we've seen in the past month.
Okay, then that's fine, Julie, but I just don't recall seeing anything about Pizza Hut coming in. I had already heard about it, but I hadn't seen it. So that's why I said yes to the special use permit, in order to just be in the know versus having to go back and ask, hey, did you hear?
Yeah, a special use permit is not the tool for that, but the development activity report is. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Let's move on. I agree with Sheila and Paul and April that the tattoo business will be permitted without a special use permit.
Yeah, without a special use permit. That's right.
No, that's fine if they didn't know how we found out, and that's why I said that. So thank you for correcting me.
All right, let's move on.
All right, thank you. Julie, we'll make sure we note that. I noted it over here on our end too, so we'll make those updates accordingly. Another really big area that we heard about that we wanted to make sure everyone's comfortable with moving forward is tree preservation. And this is something that we heard very strongly from the board and from the steering committee about a lot of concerns about what the LDO is going to do tree preservation wise. So what we wanted to do was to show pretty much a pretty good little high level of what it's going to accomplish. And you'll notice on your screen too that we have some of these measurements underlined currently. So first and foremost, what the tree preservation section will do is really prevent clear cutting of existing trees and vegetation. We don't want that to happen. We really want to make sure that developers, when they come in, have to retain some level of trees, but we have to develop those standards about, well, how much, what's the qualifier there, what would we like to see? The first number you'll see underlined here is actually 10% of all existing trees shall be preserved, excluding any sort of non-native plants. So first and foremost, we wanted to see if the board's comfortable with that 10% or if there would be discussion to increase that. Now, that is something that, we've seen a lot of different communities do a lot of different things with this number, but 10% is where we started, but we did hear some initial thoughts that maybe it should be increased to something a little bit higher. And so we wanted to gain some input today from the board on that first number.
I'm definitely open to anything higher than 10.
Well, I'd like to say that I'm fine with you identifying trees in the buffered areas and along the edges. But if I buy a piece of land to develop and there's one tree in the center and that's all, does this, for instance, we've got an open field here right beside of Wall Creek, close to Pete Smith Tire and Lube. It has one tree on that property. Are you telling me that I can't cut that tree down?
That's what it looks like on here.
That's crazy. That is crazy. That line should not even be in there. I'm fine with trees in the buffered area. I'm fine with trees, around the edges. I'm fine with trees, when you're dealing with a forest. But when you look at a lot up here beside of Pete Smith, that's 2 to 3 acres in size, and there's only one tree there, and I buy it to develop for parking lot or whatever, I can't cut that one tree down. That's asinine.
What lot are you referring to, Jack?
Christmas tree
right
lot.
Beside the lot between the entrance to Wall Creek and Pete Smith.
Pete Smith.
That one tree is one big tree too.
It's one tree.
So that is the Christmas tree lot then, right?
It's a Christmas tree lot.
It used to be the Christmas tree lot.
Okay. I see your point. That doesn't make a lot of sense. But
this second bullet, 10% of existing trees shall be preserved, that line should not even be in there.
But maybe it's based on individual circumstances.
Well, that'll really get us in trouble.
I think, Jackie, to your point, But that one tree situation is probably it's not common. That's an anomaly, isn't it?
Yeah.
That
Oh,
is
yes.
strange.
Oh, yes, it is. Let me tell you, when we cleared the land to where the post office is, I had a lady walk that lot and tried to make us preserve one tree where we couldn't even put that building because that one tree was there. This was back in the early 2000s. And we quickly got our grading permit and took it down.
Oh my gosh. All right, so this is my question, Anna. You're saying it, Jackie. How do you fix that, Julie, without saying you're fixing it for a commissioner who has a lot that he just talked about that needs some work done?
No,
And then you go back.
I'm saying that when developers come in here, yes, they do clear cut, and they'll go always clear cut. You look at Carlton Point and what they've got to finish up. Done around the ABC store where the townhomes and everything are going in.
Yeah, we know very well.
I'm fine with it in the setback and buffered areas. Tell me that I can't cut down a tree if I got 3 trees on that property, and that's all I've got, and there are plenty of that out there. And again, I don't have an interest in the lot I just talked about.
Okay, all right, because I'm like, let's just clear it up now.
No, I don't own that lot. I don't represent the people that own it. I'm just telling you that if I own that lot.
Yeah, so how we fix it is how Jackie said, we changed the language to say that the 10% of existing trees within the buffer areas or edges of the perimeter of the property need to be preserved. That's how we would change that language.
That sounds great.
If I can, if you read the specifics under 6245 of the vegetation preservation components of section 6 of the LDO, there are provisions in there, and I will say that it is not a zero-sum game as far as, or a thou shalt not touch. It is you need to avoid and minimize, and then there are provisions that allow you to remove the tree through the tree removal process, and then what you need to do to, I'll say, make up for it. So if a tree is in the middle of the site, we're not saying that it has to be preserved. We're saying if it can be preserved, especially if it's in a buffer or a designated landscape area, then absolutely you need to try. If it's in the middle of the site and it's going to restrict development, then there is an option or the ability to actually remove that, and how you go about doing that.
Can you?
And that's good, but that number 2 doesn't say that. Bullet number 2 says that 10% of all existing trees must be preserved.
Well, Julie just proposed a policy change I heard her just state something, right, Julie?
And I like her proposal. I like it. This says that it's in the perimeter or in the buffer and setback areas. Yes.
Yeah, so I've got that written down and starred. So we'll go back and look at that section that Kelly was just talking about and make sure that we've got that provision in there. And I believe Kelly is confirming that we have something written like that already. But we will look at that language and make sure that that is how it's written in the actual code of what we're preserving. The question was, is 10% enough, or do you want more? And
all right, Julie, and I want to go back in full disclosure. I do not own that lot.
Yes.
That
was very clear, Commissioner Wilson.
Are you sure?
I
Yes.
have no financial interest in that lot.
Okay, Jackie, you said that. But you kept saying,
Jackie.
if you tell me that I can't cut it down, that's why I wanted her to be very specific in that. But I hear you clearly as well. You do not have any financial interest in that lot.
Okay.
Thank you.
10%. I have a question. Kelly referenced a page, and I have this document pulled up. So I'm struggling because I want to see the backstory sometimes. And I heard him say 6.2 something. But in my first reaction, 10% seems really low, but I have nothing to compare it to.
If you want to see 10%, look behind Harris Teeter, where they took everything out. If you're going down Rogers Road, look behind there where there used to be a giant forest.
That's 10%.
Flattened. that's probably less than 10%, but that's
Oh.
going to give you an idea what it's going to look like.
Mm.
Like everything gone, but
So
10% of it.
So again, I do agree with Commissioner Wilson regarding the trees and things like that. Of course, it has to make sense. It has to make sense. We do need to advocate for our trees around here. I keep bringing this up in a lot of our calls that we are listed on the Tree City capital or Tree City in our area. So the trees are who define this area. The last thing I want to see is people start chaining themselves to trees just to protect them. They probably won't get to that point, but we do need to advocate a little bit for trees and things like that. But I do understand where the development standpoint is. As long as they're planting trees back, sure, but we want to see some mature trees as well. That's just my comments on that.
Do we address like a historic tree? And I'm just throwing this out because I know this has come up. Say if it's a tree that's 300 years old. I'm just throwing it out as an example.
We should save it.
Is that addressed anywhere in this policy?
Put a plaque on it. We should save it. Roseville.
We have the two next bullet points where we talk about trees of at least 24 inches in diameter and trees of at least 75 inches in diameter where they can be removed. And that is, of course, with the caveat as if they are healthy. If they're a dead and dying tree, you do not want a 75-inch tree falling over after the roots are rotten and decaying and the tree is not healthy. You don't want to save it just for the sake of saving it. So you do need you do need a healthy tree to preserve. With that caveat said, we do have the next two bullet points where we talk about the different sizes of trees within the buffer areas and then within the overall development itself that need to be preserved as much as possible given the health requirements for the tree. And so we have talked about what a healthy tree is and whether who gets to determine what a healthy tree is, and some of that language is also in this section. But the inches in diameter is what we've got underlined today to talk about. I know Paul has expressed interest in the past of lowering that number from 75. That was one of his comments from the book club. Paul was great about sending me a lot of comments and making sure that we were having that dialogue. And so that was one of his comments, was that 75 might be, we might need to reduce that number to protect more trees. And do we have even trees in town limits that are at that 75 inches? And I don't know if we do or not. I don't have a tree survey. So I don't know what we have as historical trees or how big they are. But that's where we wanted to talk about, a 2-inch, a 2-foot diameter tree is rather large. What is that? A 6-foot
Yeah,
tree?
6'4", and that's what I was gonna say. Like that's at breast height. I mean, that's like laying a person sideways. A tree being that wide.
That you cannot hug that. That's a huge tree.
And I don't see that, but I also see we have a lot, I'm sure, around here that are not quite that, but I just think that's an excessive size. Like that's just like saying, well, we don't really care. We're gonna, unless it's this huge, we're gonna do something about it.
But if it's in the middle of a lot,
Yep. My question. Yep. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Well, what are you going to do? Just never develop that? If it's in that one that Jackie's talking about, I don't own that lot. But if I did own that lot, what would keep me from going cutting that tree down tomorrow before I sell it to somebody to develop? I would, if somebody told me I couldn't sell that land and put a commercial building on there, that would be bad.
Yeah, and building on that, I don't have a problem with you picking a diameter, Paul, as long as it says within the buffered areas, and as long as it says within the setback, or around the perimeter.
See, I thought we were going to a route that when they submit these plans, they would have a tree removal or tree preservation plan with it that we would see. Because the biggest problem I've had, and I think some of the commissioners had, is the promises made and then come and cut the trees down. So I thought the solution was that whenever the permits is given, it would have a really defined tree preservation plan with it, whatever it is. And we would see that when we were doing the approval, and they would have to stick to it rather than trying to upfront, limit what can happen. Because
and that in that section, it also says like you can remove one as long as you replace it with certain amounts of thing, which I think is common sense. But the other thing is I don't want to see is we're sitting here and we're doing the same thing we're doing right now, where we basically have a picture frame where everything's clear cut through the middle, and we put all the trees on the outside edge again. I mean, there should be some area. I know we're going to have open space to just show, in this open space, we're going to save a certain amount of trees in this area. I'm concerned about the clear cutting. That's the biggest thing.
I'm gonna rarely do this, but I'm gonna advocate for the developers. The developers as well, is we don't want them going with a measuring tape trying to measure every tree.
No, that's right.
Figure out what to keep and what not to keep and things. So back to Mayor Kearns, yes, at least if the developer has a tree protection idea or visual and go from there. So this is a very interesting point of view here, because as I said, I am very big on the trees in the areas. That's what's my allure to Roseville. I love having the trees. My allergies don't like it though. But yeah, if we can keep more of them rather than seeing the clear cutting. But I get it. The development has to happen. So it's just whatever we decide.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think Mayor Curran made an excellent point on us having a plan. So I think we get ourselves into trouble when we don't have a plan. And then the developer, they've gone through the process, they get to us and we go, oh, we don't want that. We don't want that like that. So I think that we need to have some standard for them to work from as far as tree preservation. And then we can make modifications as needed. But if there's nothing and they come to us because they have a different perception than we do, or the board does, whichever board, I think that gets us back into trouble, because Jackie used the Carlton Point example. We had one vision of what that may look like. And when it actually happened and you drive by there, it looks like almost every tree was taken down. That's what it looks like.
It's a sea of roofs.
Yes.
What you see.
Yeah, but I think on that one, Sheila, most of the issues was in the buffers. What they thought, or what we all thought was buffer area.
Right, and I think that's the issue when we get into how things are interpreted versus having a specific policy, like you said, a plan to say, hey, the plan, and you follow the plan.
Yeah, no, I like these. Well, ain't but one of them, but maybe all of them should have the mentioned buffer areas in there, because if this is a riparian buffer, that's very protective. You're not allowed to take trees and stuff out of a riparian buffer. And I almost think we could treat these buffers that's supposed to be between neighborhoods the same way. If you're gonna disturb the natural buffer there, like they did at Carlton Point, then they would have to get us to give approval for that. Because I agree. I think when somebody tell me, come and say, we're going to have a 50-foot buffer there, I would expect the trees to stay. I wouldn't expect them to come.
I agree. But interpretation, it doesn't always turn out like that.
That's right. And I think Julie, that's the biggest thing that we need to make sure this is protecting, is whatever those buffer areas are.
Yeah, and so tree preservation and the buffers are they go hand in hand, but they are two separate things. So we do also have in the open space section, which is still in section 6, those types of buffers between the different zoning classifications and how much you are supposed to either A, preserve, or B, build back. If you can't preserve what's in there, to make sure that you have either an opaque or semi-opaque buffer based on whether it's 20 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet between the two to zoning classifications for whatever development you're doing. So we do have that listed in chapter 6 and section 6. And from previous conversations with the board, we did go back and change those classifications to add more trees into those buffers because the boards had wanted to see more trees preserved in those buffer areas and see those built up a little bit more. So we did change those buffer types to reflect that change, that requested change from the previous meeting back in February. We have also done along with the different buffer types. This is the tree preservation for some of that. And again, this goes back to that second bullet point that we just talked about. When you are clear cutting a site, you can clear cut the whole thing. What we're proposing as part of this LDO is to introduce the tree removal permit, introduce the tree survey requirements, and then as part of that site plan approval process, that we do see a tree removal permit clearly marking which trees are going to be removed, clearly marking which trees are going to be preserved. Currently, we do have some standards that we are carrying over on where that tree fencing is supposed to be on, and the flags that are the trees that need to be flagged that are being preserved, where those fences need to be, how they are marked on the ground, and then our construction manager on site as well will also have that. So,
Julie, can I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
So the construction manager on site, is that a Roseville employee?
It is a contracted employee. We have we do a contract, and we have our construction manager go around and check on all our developments that are currently under construction, and he checks those plans, make sure that the plans are being built to the standards that are on those plans.
Okay, I was wondering who would be the one to monitor and make sure that the trees that they said they're not.
Yep.
Okay.
We have a contractor, a contract with a group, and they are on site, and they also go out at our request to double check other things as well.
Okay.
I believe Dave, you had your hand raised.
I did, thank you, and I'll lower it as soon as I can figure out how to do that.
Good luck.
Just very, very quickly, there was a comment earlier in our meeting regarding what are other communities doing. Tree preservation ordinances are common throughout Wake County now, among the medium and large communities, and are commonplace in the larger communities in the state. They are all very contentious and very complicated. It's the only thing they all have in common is that they're very difficult to write. And certainly there is an occasional feeling that they work in injustice while pursuing something that is something that everyone can agree upon is a laudable goal. We can look to our neighboring communities for some help. I can tell you that our former town attorney is working diligently with the city of Raleigh to revise their tree preservation ordinance once again. We would want our ordinance to be as objective as possible with some sort of relief, whether that's in the form of a variance or a range of minimal discretion given to the planning director for a minor adjustment. But we do need to establish some objective criteria for this, because you will not get an opportunity in all likelihood to review this sort of a plan. This is the sort of thing that is going to come in later in the process, long after the zoning has already occurred in most cases. So you need to have already set in place a framework so that if it's a site plan sort of an issue that wouldn't come back during subdivision review, you know that what is going to come out is the sort of vision that you have. Does that make sense?
So you're saying it won't come back to the board for us to see it?
Right. So unless there's some setting for it to come back to the board, for example, it's a residential subdivision, If that's the case, it'll come back to you in an evidentiary hearing. But or it's a special use permit, in which case it would come back to you in an evidentiary hearing. But otherwise, this is the sort of item that is part of staff review. The development community is very familiar with tree survey. That is not a challenging thing for them to do, to identify trees that are over a certain size. They're used to doing that. In fact, they do it now under their existing condition submissions. So this is typically an administrative process. The question is, have we properly implemented the vision of the planning board and the board of commissioners to allow the staff then to administer something that gives us what we want?
From my perspective, then, no, because what Mayor Ronnie just said earlier about having and I'll reemphasize it, I said it already, but I'll reemphasize, I like the idea of having a tree preservation plan that developers are given. Because Carlton Point being that example again, I don't see where anybody went through and marked anything, because it's just a line and it was just a tractor, whatever it was, that just took down all those trees. So my logical eyes, when I look at that, there was no marking, because it would have been some graduation in the area. It wouldn't have been a straight line, is what I'm trying to say, if there was some marking that took place indeed. And I know that it was a buffer situation, but I'm concerned that that would continue if it was just an administrative review. Not saying that it shouldn't be, but I think we need to have a clear preservation plan. And then I don't have a problem with it being an administrative review.
Julie, I would suggest that the board probably needs something more than the bullet list. The board needs to see the ordinance that you and Kimley Horn have worked on and sort of run that past, and then maybe run it up against a recent submission and see what the result would be if we ran this new set of rules against a recently developed project, and see how it might look different, or if it would look different.
Okay.
Yeah, and a second piece you mentioned, Julie, that and I'm not quite sure I got my mind around yet. You know, we have these landscape and buffer requirements, and I know, you know, Carlton Point was one of them. The reason they took the trees out, because they said that they had to take it out because we said they had to put that buffer in there according to the standards that we have, which means they took nice trees out and are planting bushes. So, you know, we may be our worst enemy if we can't allow natural trees to stay in a 25-foot buffer and not put that, you know, bushes in or something. In other words, I'm not sure why we take trees down to plant bushes in a buffer. You know, does that make sense?
It does make sense. And I don't know what happened with Carlton Point, because that was approved before I got here. I do know that we have a provision in the ordinance right now where the trees that are there can be preserved as part of the buffer requirements. They don't have to clear cut to just replace the bushes. So that is currently on the books. So I'm not sure what happened there. Again, it was before my time, so I'm not even going to guess what happened. But we're carrying that provision forward where, again, the existing trees and preserving what's there and counting that towards the requirement for the buffers to make sure that we're preserving as much as possible. We would rather have the more mature trees than something else, and so they still have that capability. And again, some of the trees, the saplings, things like that might have to come out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they need to go in and clear cut. But we do have, the provision that we've got right now, everything is in section 6. I know we looked at it as part of book club, but between now and May 18th, I would really encourage both boards to look over that section 6 again and look at those open space requirements, look at those tree preservation, look at some of the design standards and make sure that you're familiar and comfortable with them. And then come back with any other questions because we're, between May 18th and June 1st, there's not a lot of time. So if we're going to be still making decisions at the May 18th work session, that does not give staff a lot of time to give that turnaround to make sure that we put something forward that doesn't even have that's going to be fully vetted and doesn't have conflicts with another part of the section or anything else, so that we're going to be working quickly on this. So again, just make sure that you're looking at section 6, because a lot of stuff that we're talking about today is hitting on that section. So, and that is, again, one of those things that everything plays into everything else. It's all, how does this relate to something else, and how does this relate to the overall vision? So while you're reading one section, you're really having to think about what you read somewhere else and how it's going to play together. But we do have this open space. We do have the tree preservation. We do have the different design requirements and the different landscaping buffers, not just, the open space types and when and where they're required and what size they are, but, what that means for your perimeters and what that means for your buffer areas and what that means when you're up against a different zoning section. So again, it's a lot of planning related stuff. You guys are getting a crash course in being planners rather than anything else. And so we have about 15 minutes left in effort to get through some of the rest of this. We can table this for now, knowing I've got some notes here that you'd like to see that percentage higher than 10%. We need to look at what's going on in other towns. We need to see what the new provisions would look like against an old development, to see what trees would have been saved or see what that would have looked like, so you have that better visual. And then Jackie, I'm going to ask you to talk about the masonry ordinance, because I know you want to talk about that. So with the 10-15 minutes left, I want to make sure we get to that for you. And you're on mute.
Did he hear you?
Okay, all right, I'd like to do that now if I can.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Please go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. Many years ago, back when I was on the board, we passed an ordinance that in the downtown area, that the buildings that would be built, and it even, I did not realize it, but it actually went all the way down to Granite Falls Boulevard. But new buildings that would be built for commercial would be all brick. And I think that needs to be modified. And I'm going to tell you why. We put in a daycare center, a kidney dialysis clinic down there close to the school. And that's an all brick building. It's not an ugly building, but it's a drab building, okay? And I've done some research, and a lot of places that require all brick have a stipulation where 70% of it will be brick. So they could use hardy plank to jazz it up or something else to go with that. And the sides of the building that are not visible from the street do not have to be brick, which makes sense. And I think that's something we need to consider before we pass this ordinance and we change that rule. Because having an all brick building is fine, but the purpose of it is for people to see it. And if it's the back portion, they can't see it. And again, you can do. I live in what's called an all brick house, and when I told the developer what I wanted, or the builder what I wanted, because this was 30 years or 26 years ago, and I was in insurance at the time and didn't know building. He said, "You're crazy. We've got to put some hardy plank. We've got to put something on this to jazz it up a little bit, but 75 to 80% of it will be brick." And that's what was approved for phase 1 of Wall Creek. And if you go into Wall Creek, where I live in phase 1, you'll see that all brick houses truly aren't all brick, because you've got some accent in there that's hardy plank and other materials. So that's just something that I want you to look at, Julie, and look at other. I know we don't have time to talk about it today, but I want us to, and you can look at other municipalities, but I think that needs to be fine-tuned.
Hey, Jack, I have a question. So when you say the front street view, does that include the side as you're approaching the buildings as well? That's exposed to your view?
Yes, I agree with you. If you're pulling up in it and you can see one side in the front, then one side and the front should be predominantly brick.
Okay.
Do the board members have any opposition to that? It's not really an opposition, but do you have any other thing to add to that? Do you have, or is there something that you would like to discuss about that, or are you good with us taking that direction and moving forward?
I'm good with that, only without the, I've seen it before where it's kind of like a styrofoamy stucco kind of finish like that. That's kind of it's going to be a mess. Like it's going to fall apart. It's going to break. It's going to, so anything other than that. Yeah.
So how's it written today, Julie? Because I didn't think it was required all brick today.
I think it's required. I think all brick is required, and then whatever you can use some accent elements and the colors as well. I believe at one point there was some discussion about whether or not it was visible from the street side, and then also whatever gets approved as part of a special use permit, as part of the elevations with the board, that is then what needs to be done as part of the plan. So if something is proposed on the plan that goes above and beyond what the ordinance calls for, or just meets the ordinance, whatever is approved at the time the special use permit is approved is what needs to, the elevations need to match that. In order to change that, we can't do that at the staff level. It would have to come back and be approved by the board again.
Yeah, is that in our material you sent out? Was study?
Yes, I believe it's in the design standards. Again, that's in section 6. I think that's in section 6 still. Section 6 is the pivotal point for the LDO.
Right. So send us the reference. We got it. Because I know like one of the Edens buildings is just the brick front. It's not brick all the way around. It's metal.
And Ronnie, we passed that when Edens wanted to enlarge over there and do a kind of a facelift. And after we passed the all brick, Rick Eddings did the front brick with metal sidings, and it was approved.
I didn't think it required brick all the way around. I was thinking but I believe you had to put in that landscaping to cover it, but I don't know.
You may be right, Ronnie. That was a long time ago.
I would like to see something that's consistent though with all the buildings.
Yeah, is the new daycare?
It should be consistent.
And that's the goal of the new LDO, is to make sure that we have consistency across the board and that it's not arbitrary, that we can at staff level just say it meets the requirements or it doesn't, and then move forward with the development when it meets the requirements.
But I have a question about, so I know that we're under a time crunch because it's almost late April. I get that. Mm-hmm. So we're going to put this document forward for July 1. If I'm not mistaken, that's our timeline. So everything's not going to be perfect. We would have had to spend every week on this up until this point, probably to get it to where we want everything to be. So once that July 1st hits and we submit what we have, can't we make changes as we go along? Yes. I'm feeling like this is like, okay, you're buying this house, and once you buy it, it's done. So where's the process where we can make revisions as we go along? Because some things may work well and other things may not. So I'm feeling that crunch because I keep hearing you say that, Julie, but I hope there's some opportunity for revisions as we move along.
Definitely. And that's where I keep on referring back to some of these things might have to circle back around after July 1.
Okay.
Because we can get what we have on the books now, and then at July 1 start making some of these amended changes. We have to have something compliant with 160D on the books by July 1, or else we don't have a zoning code. So there is a hard, fast deadline from the state that we have to have the 160D compliancy done. Some of these other things that are, you know, the vision of the town and the nitty gritty stuff, and some of the, you know, some of the larger discussions that we really need to keep and to move forward. If it's something that's going to take too long that I can't get done between now and June 1st, those are the things I'm saying, let's put something on the books and we'll come around and revisit it after July 1. If it's something that I feel that we've fully vetted at this point, it's just some minor changes and we can get it in there and get it done by the June 1st public hearing. And when I say June 1st public hearing, we have to have the material ready before the public hearing for review in the town hall. Like, we have to have stuff ready and be online. And so there, our June 1st deadline really isn't the June 1st, it's prior to that. You know, it's a good 25 days, 10 days before that, that we have to have everything noticed and we have to have everything done. That way the public has time to vet it. So that's why I keep on saying, yes, some of these discussions can continue on after July 1. This is an LDO. It's a living document. Things change all the time. We change direction. Something else comes along. We decide that, you know, something isn't working for the town and we want to make a text amendment. That's why we have text amendments. You guys are very familiar with the text amendments. We do that process all the time. We come in with the text amendment and we walk through that planning board meeting and then the recommendation, and then we take it to the Board of Commissioners and then we get it codified, and that is our new text. So that process is still in existence. But since we're tackling a 400-page document all in one go, it's what we can get online by that time so that we have a 160D compliant code in time for 160D deadline. So that's where this process is of that fine line of, yes, you know, we have something. Do we just carry over our current provisions and then we circle back around after July 1? Or do you want to change some of this? Can we handle this change before we hit the July 1 deadline? And if it's something that's guided by the 160D mandates of you have to have this in your code by July 1st, then those things get approved first. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm just wondering how, so hopefully there's some things we can tackle to meet that 160 deadline, right? Because I don't want us to scrap all this work. But I'm just wondering how that impacts developers in the interim. If somebody comes before us and it's not completely, like the tree plan, for example, if it's not completely kind of vetted through, how does that impact them? Does it fall back to the old stuff, or I don't know? That's where I'm kind of lost.
Yeah, it's a definite give and take in the process of you know, we have this, and then when we do a new update, it's just like any other text amendment. What is being worked on at the time of the text amendment, and then when the text amendment is approved, then that becomes the new codified version. And so that is just like any other text amendment that's come through all the way up to this point. So like the town center stuff that we just did, when we didn't have a town center, we had the town center overlay, but we didn't have a town center district, and then we changed it to a town center district. And then in January we had the town center on the books, and that changed the UDO because we added that, codified it, and now we can have people come in underneath the development and have the town center zoning. And then we did have a town center zoning, and that's what we did, and we moved forward with that. So it's the same process. It's the same process you've seen all along. It's just that right now it's, you know, some of the discussions we might not have as fine-tuned as we're going to have to look at them again after July 1.
Got you. So what I heard you say was, in the interim, we would manage through my question that I asked with a text amendment change, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
And that's
Thank
the same process that you've seen all along.
Gotcha. Thanks, Julie.
You're welcome. All right, we have about 2 minutes before the 5 o'clock time frame. We did have a couple other slides. Let me see. James, what did we not get to? Greenways, sidewalks, and construction trailers, street buffers, telecommunication towers. So there's a couple other things that we do need to talk about. Do you guys have a couple moments? Can we run a little bit late, or do you need a hard and fast 5 o'clock cutoff?
Yeah, unfortunately, I have a hard stop at 5.
Okay.
I got another engagement.
Okay.
And these are hot topics too as well. That is probably going to need a little bit more time. Same here as well. My time is spent a little bit. Hard stop.
Yeah, I would say, Julie, let's me, you, and Kelly kind of talk about when we can do a extension.
Okay.
Well, I have a question though. Is there anybody that can stay beyond 5 o'clock?
It's a good question. Yeah, who can stay? But I have to drop.
Well, it would be nice. It'd be nice if everybody could.
Yeah, I'd like to give everybody the opportunity to weigh in, rather than having some people leave and feel like they don't have the same
I'm only
opportunity.
saying that because you're saying that we need to get through it. So
And we
that's,
need to
that
get
was
it
it.
done in. Yeah. It
So,
does need to
yeah,
be done.
whichever doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's why the mayor said that we'll take it. We'll decide when we can come back and do a quick version, and it might just be something that waits to the May 18th meeting, and we vet it then. But we'll talk offline and let you know what we need to do.
Okay.
I would think we could provide something in between now and May 18th. That's about 3 weeks away. So
yes.
All right.
Good. All right, guys. I have to drop. Thank you so
To
much
log
for
off.
everything.
Thanks, everyone.
yep.
Right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, good job, Julie. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
you doing.
Thank you,
Also-
Julie. Good job.
Thank you.
Also, Kelly, if you're still on, appreciate
Yes,
your
sir.
on your team.
Thanks, Julie.
Thank you.
Yes, I am, Mayor, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank everyone for your time today. Thank you.
That's gonna be part of